Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece and today we'll be speaking about the Liberty Media CEO Greg Maffei's apology to the residents of Las Vegas. But before we get into that, do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can be notified when we upload the latest Formula One news. Liberty Media CEO Greg Maffei has apologized to the residents of Las Vegas for the disruption caused by the preparation for the Grand Prix. Work has been ongoing for months in Nevada to resurface the strip as well as construct the paddock and pit facilities for the Grand Prix, which has had a knock-on effect of delays and diversions for the local residents. Trees have been removed while the world-famous Bellagio fountains have been blocked from view, due to the grandstands that have been constructed there. With there also being complaints about the high prices for tickets and hospitality packages, with some going for millions of dollars. Maffei, though, has apologized to the residents of Las Vegas. "I want to apologize to all the Las Vegas residents, and we appreciate that they have had their forbearance and their willingness to tolerate us. We're going to bring something like $1.7 billion, though, of revenue to the area, so it is not just for the benefit of the fans who want to view the race. We hope this is a great economic benefit in Las Vegas, and we hope that this is the most difficult year with all the construction that went on, and that things will be easier in the future. There will be at least 105,000 people, so the sheer scale of it, even for Las Vegas, will be the largest event of the year. There's a launch party from Wednesday to Sunday, almost a week long of events and musical acts. You know, you're seeing sports figures from other sports having their own kind of side viewing parties. A lot of the high prices, though, frankly comes from the costs that are not entirely ours. I'm not begrudging our partners, but you know, 5-night minimums in hotels and things like that helped push up the costs. Not all of it's just been pricing of tickets. The experience of that, and frankly the fact that there's been so much demand, is what drives it. Well, the demand has certainly not been there in the last few weeks, as the ticket prices have been falling by almost 80% for certain days. And we're certainly hoping to get great viewings for this Grand Prix race weekend, but you have to think of the residents who have been affected by the lead up to this Grand Prix race weekend. Of course, next year should be a little bit less of a disruption for the residents, as all of the pit lanes and pit buildings have at least been constructed, but we have to ask in the future how to minimize the effect on the residents in Las Vegas. We're certainly looking forward to this race weekend. It should provide some great racing for us. Of course, though, with those low temperatures being expected, that could put a bit of a spanner in the works. Do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula One content. And do be sure to let us know in the comment section who you are supporting for this Las Vegas Grand Prix race weekend. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. The cold conditions expected when the cars take to the track on Thursday evening in Las Vegas are set to provide Formula One teams with an intriguing challenge. This weekend is predicted to be possibly the coldest Grand Prix since the Canadian Grand Prix in 1978, with temperatures for the race ranging from 5 degrees to 10 degrees Celsius. Before we get into the video today, be sure to like it and subscribe to the channel so that you can get notified with all of the latest Formula One news. With potentially the coldest race Formula One has ever seen being hosted on Sunday, teams will need to ensure that they can get the 3 Pirelli compounds to work effectively. But the unusually low temperatures will also have a significant impact on overall car cooling, and hence the aero specifications that the teams will be running. As such, the challenge is very different from that in recent races in Qatar and Mexico City. Compared to the latter, where the thin air requires maximum cooling, Vegas will be at the opposite extreme. And while it is obvious that modern hybrid V6 power units don't like running in too hot conditions, equally they are not designed to operate in extreme cold. While Formula 1 cars run in chilly winter testing and filming days in Europe, the difference is that Vegas is a competitive event, which means that there can be no compromises in terms of power unit usage. The ultra-long main straight that runs along the strip will present its own challenges. Much like Baku, it will ensure that the brakes and tyres will be potentially colder than optimum when the cars reach the corner at the end of it. Just to add to the fun though, as with any street circuit, there's only so much detail that the teams have been able to incorporate into their simulations, in terms of bumps and the exact nature of the newly laid surface, which remains something of an unknown. It is tough, said Williams head of vehicle performance, Dave Robson. I think that the combination of the track surface, which we know very little about, and how that will interact with the tyres will dictate so much of how the weekend plans out. In terms of the layout of the track, we've got a good understanding of that, and we can run it in the simulator and get a rough idea. Going to a new track like that, one of the main things will be that we go with a clear starting position. But we also have a whole host of options lined up, ready to cover whatever actually happens. Certainly we can't predict exactly how the car will behave in Vegas, so we will go there with plenty of options. Other teams agree that it is something of a step into the unknown. It does look like it's going to be cold, said Alpine head of trackside engineering, Kyron Pilbeam. We don't really know how cold it's going to get. It's a new circuit, which is always interesting. We will do our usual pre-event simulation work and simulator work, but we never quite know what you're going to get. There's always some variations in how bumpy it is, or what track surface is like. That kind of thing. We'll do everything we can before the event, but we can't do everything. We need to go in there prepared to learn in the first couple of practice sessions. Tyre management has been one of the keys to the 2023 season, and as recently as the Brazilian Grand Prix, we saw huge discrepancies between the teams that got it right for the race, notably Red Bull and Aston Martin, and those that got it wrong, such as Mercedes. Teams usually have a narrow operating window in which they can get the tyres to work, and finding that sweet spot in Vegas, with mechanical setup and outlap preparations, among other variables, might not be so straightforward. Firing them up after safety car periods will also be a special challenge with the cold conditions. In terms of the tyres, it rarely is taking them into a different environment, said Red Bull chief engineer Paul Monaghan. A few years ago, we went to the Nürburgring in October, and it was wet and cold every day. And Austin a few years ago, I remember one day was particularly freezing cold. We get into all the concerns of cold cracking, handling the tyres, all this type of thing. And yes, they are very much at the lower end of their operating range. So, within the sort of freedoms that we have, with the wheel bodywork, as we now call it, and trying to operate the car, it is up to us to try and get the tyres to a point where they can work. And the challenge is there for all of us. I think that's across all three compounds. They're all going to be too cold. It's really a case of can we get all of them into the window for long enough that we can run a decent race stint. As Monaghan indicates, there's a relationship between tyres and aero specifications in terms of what he defines as the wheel bodywork, brake ducts and other parts in that area. But obviously the conditions will have a substantial impact on all other areas of the car. For Qatar and or Mexico, most teams brought extra louvres, or opened up the Coke bottle at the rear of the car to aid with cooling. You would think that would encourage teams to focus on low drag for better straight line speed, but it is not necessarily that straightforward. It's not really an aero gain, it is more about managing the power unit and the gearbox and keeping all of those other things in their operating window, says Alpine trackside engineer Kyron Pilbeam. But we are ready for that. It could be like winter testing, it could be that cold. It's hard to know exactly what we're going to find when we get there. There's times in winter testing when you need to blank out the radiators a bit, which you wouldn't normally design for your car. It could be those kind of conditions, but I think we're ready for it. The operating window is much wider than it used to be, covering between that sort of temperature. And what we saw in Qatar, it is a very wide operating temperature range. Monaghan agrees that teams should be able to adjust to what is required. I'm not too worried about sorting the car cooling out, to be honest, he said. I don't think it will be that bad. We ran our first promotional day back in February this year, and I was sitting there shivering at Silverstone, wishing I wasn't there, and we could still make it run. We'll see some more closed up cars. Maybe some people will alter the cooling exits towards the back at the top body, which will shrink it down a little bit. Teams will have to juggle the complex relationship between cooling and downforce levels. Previously, we'd have probably made a new small cooling package and traded in the cooling we didn't need for downforce, and there may have been a few other things on the car that we would have done. But now we've got to say, well, is it worth doing that? Particularly as you get towards the end of the season. That may depend on how much attrition and expense you'd had to spend in the previous months. I think it's quite a good example of how in a cost cap world do you choose to optimize the package for that particular weekend, because the parts you could make, you probably won't use anywhere else. And in part, that depends on what you think the other guys will do. So the whole thing becomes quite a nice little game theory problem. We're certainly looking forward to the Las Vegas Grand Prix weekend, and it will be very interesting to see which teams are able to get their setups into the right window in the cold and tricky conditions. Be sure to let us know in the comment section what you think of these cold conditions that are predicted for the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece, and today we'll be speaking about Bernie Ecclestone slamming Formula 1 over the Las Vegas Grand Prix. The former Formula 1 Supremo Bernie Ecclestone is not one of those looking forward to the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix this weekend. Here's what he had to say ahead of the race in Nevada. But before we get into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date with all of the latest Formula 1 news. Former Formula 1 Supremo Bernie Ecclestone has slated the Las Vegas Grand Prix and claims it has nothing to do with Formula 1. The sport arrives in Nevada for the inaugural running of the race, its first visit to Sin City since the 1982 Caesars Palace Grand Prix, with drivers set to race past the world-famous hotels and casinos on the Strip. With Formula 1 leading the promotion of the event, the hype for the race has been huge. And given its aim to further boost popularity in the United States, an opening ceremony will be held on Wednesday before driver introductions return ahead of the Grand Prix. Bernie Ecclestone was instrumental in exceeding Formula 1's reach around the world. But speaking to NOS ahead of Las Vegas Grand Prix, he said that I'm not really looking forward to it. Why not? It has nothing to do with Formula 1, he said. Ecclestone is reportedly not happy with Formula 1's expansion. Formula 1's expansion has seen it reach new countries, particularly in the Middle East, with Qatar and Saudi Arabia among the newer races on the calendar. Having played his part in the sport's worldwide expansion, Ecclestone insisted, "I am happy that the sport continues to develop around the world. I am the one who brought Formula 1 out of Europe to the rest of the world. We are competing for a world championship, not a European championship. It is good that that remains the case." Interesting to hear that Bernie Ecclestone is happy that Formula 1 is moving further away from the European races, but is not happy to see Formula 1 going to Las Vegas this weekend. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I know a lot of other Formula 1 fans are certainly looking forward to it. Let us know what you think of Ecclestone's comments down in the comment section below, and be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece. Today we're going to be talking about the Formula 1 legend Ross Brawn, who has issued a crash warning ahead of the spectacular Las Vegas Grand Prix this race weekend. But before we get into that, please be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can be notified every time we upload the latest Formula 1 news. Former Formula 1 chief Ross Brawn has warned that the sport may have failed to properly consider the risks posed by the chilly temperatures set to plague the Las Vegas Grand Prix, meaning drivers could be in more danger of crashing. With wheel-to-wheel action in the famous city just 5 days away, Brawn has highlighted how the decision to host the race at 10 PM local time could mean that the sport sees the coldest race in Grand Prix history. The timing was chosen to cater to Formula 1's European fan base, but could result in temperatures as low as 4 or 5 degrees. And that factor, combined with the long straights and lack of corners, could leave drivers unable to get heat into their tyres, increasing the risk of crashes. Brawn went on to say, "The one thing we hadn't considered initially, but the tyre company have dealt with it, is that it gets very, very cold at night. So it could be really quite cold, and of course, getting the cars to work in these temperatures can be quite a challenge. The tyre companies have done some work to make sure that the tyres can cope with that, but we're definitely facing some new challenges, which we've never had before, but I think it will be spectacular." Is Brawn right to be concerned? Mercedes have echoed Brawn's concerns about this circuit, which has 3 long straights and 17 corners, suggesting that it could take longer than usual for drivers to get heat into their tyres, especially in the qualifying sessions. It'll just depend on exactly how cold it is, because if the track is down in single figures, that's often a region where you go in winter testing, said Andrew Chauvelin, Mercedes trackside engineer. You do run, and it's either very difficult for the tyres to get switched on, or there may be graining and other things. And then sometimes you just wait until it warms up a bit, so actually having to race and qualify in these conditions will be very interesting. You can just try and identify risks with the new circuit, work out what your contingencies will be, whether you need any sort of specific car spec to deal with that, and we're going to do that at the moment. But as I said, if it's at the very cold end of predictions, it's going to be difficult to know how the tyres are going to work. It's certainly going to provide some interesting spectacles for us this race weekend. Will we get a lot of crashes this race weekend due to the fact that the temperatures are going to be so low, or will we get the teams and engineers figuring out some kind of solution for these cold temperatures? We'll have to wait and see what does happen this weekend at the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix. We're certainly very, very excited for that to get going, and I'm sure all of you down in the comment section are going to be equally as excited as I am as well. Do be sure to let me know down in the comment section what your thoughts are ahead of this Grand Prix race weekend, and be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece, and today we'll be speaking about Toto Wolff enforcing a gambling ban on the Mercedes staff at the Las Vegas Grand Prix race weekend. But before we get into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date on all of the latest Formula 1 news. Toto Wolff will put a gambling ban in place at Mercedes throughout the Las Vegas Grand Prix race weekend, with the focus remaining on the task at hand. Formula 1 heads to Vegas for the first time in 41 years this weekend, and anticipation is high as the city's roads are being turned into a new circuit. But while the casinos are aplenty in Sin City, Wolff has said that they will make sure that the Mercedes staff do not partake in Vegas's gambling culture while they are there. The race has been heavily marketed as Formula 1 prepares to return to Las Vegas, with quirky features added to the circuit, such as playing card suit motifs on the curbs, along with a licensed wedding chapel being put in place for people to get married in the F1 paddock. But even though Las Vegas holds a reputation as one of the gambling capitals of the world, Wolff will keep a tight rein on his Mercedes staff in that regard. "I think everybody is looking forward to the Vegas Grand Prix," Wolff said. "Racing in the city is comparable to climbing Everest. Hats off to Liberty Media for organising this event. I don't think I'm the only one in Formula 1 who has never been to the city, which is quite difficult to get around. We don't know how we're going to get from the hotel to the circuit and back, but I'm sure we'll find a solution. I can't wait for the race weekend to start." As I've said, I've never been to Las Vegas, but we'll do our best to make sure everybody in the team stays away from the casinos. I don't gamble, and I'll make sure no one else gambles either. Toto Wolff has some work on his hands this weekend to keep his staff and his drivers away from the casinos in Las Vegas, which will certainly be a difficult thing to do because there are so many of them around this city. But we're certainly really looking forward to getting under the lights in the Las Vegas Strip. Do be sure to drop a comment down below letting us know your excitement for this weekend and letting us know who you are rooting for. And be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel as well while you're there. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece, and Formula One's biggest stars can find out why Las Vegas has its name Sin City. Because one of Nevada's brothels is opening its doors and offering each driver free sex ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But before we get any further into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date with all of the latest Formula One news. Famous chicken ranch brothel workers Addison Gray and Alice Little are really excited to welcome the race to their home turf for the first time since 1982. And they want to make sure every driver leaves Vegas happy. We're told the licensed sex workers are offering a special one-on-one session at no charge for all of the guys on the grid, just in case they want to see some action prior to Saturday's race. It's Formula One fever in Las Vegas this month, and we're all psyched up for the big event, Little told us. Any driver that wants to get their hearts racing and celebrate the Formula One with me and Addison will be treated to 100% complimentary coitus. Drivers aren't the only ones getting perks, as Gray and Little said that they're also giving a 50% off deal for anyone flocking to the desert for the Formula One festivities. Our discount will help Vegas visitors and residents blow off some steam with a couple of generous ladies so that they can chill out during the race weekend, Little said. And we're here to provide some well-oiled appreciation. Gray said that the Grand Prix also needs a little bit of spice anyway, especially since they stopped using grid girls years ago. Since Formula One banned their fabulous grid girls in 2018, the events have been overwhelmingly lacking in much-needed sex appeal, Gray said. Our discount isn't just a leisure of love for Formula One, it's an invitation for fans to revel in an experience where sex appeal is celebrated, not sidelined. Because in our world, glamour isn't forbidden, it's the star of the show. Well, I'm sure now we've already seen a bit of a gambling ban from Mercedes boss Toto Wolff. I'm sure there's going to be a brothel ban now also on the cards for the Mercedes team, as well as I'm sure for a lot of the other Formula One teams down in the Formula One paddock. But, well, if drivers do feel like blowing off some steam, and any other Formula One fans, they have the opportunity to do that this race weekend at the Chicken Ranch brothel in Las Vegas, Nevada. Be sure to let us know in the comment section what you think of this, and be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel as well. I've been Reece on Forever. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula One season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. In this video today, we'll be taking a look at the new race suits that Ferrari have revealed ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But before we do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date with all of the latest Formula One news. Ferrari took to X.com today to reveal special race suits ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. In their post, where they shared images of the drivers in their new race suits, they went on and said, "Special race, special colours. Fits check for the Las Vegas Grand Prix." Their new race suits are a simplified version of their usual red, black and white race suits, featuring only red and white for this race weekend, as well as having their race number featured on their back. The new race suits are also accompanied by new white and red racing boots for the drivers. In the post, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz were pictured at a media shoot in their new Las Vegas race suits. They could also be seen wearing new Ferrari caps, which could be Ferrari teasing new merchandise that could be available for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. They're certainly looking ready to get going for the Las Vegas Grand Prix, but we'll have to wait and see if they can get their new race suits onto the podium on Sunday. Let us know in the comment section what you think of Ferrari's new race suits. And be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece and today we'll be talking about Max Verstappen's new helmet that he has revealed ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But before we do get into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can be notified when we upload videos about all of the latest Formula One news. To get into it here today, Formula One returns next week in Vegas for the return of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, who has been vocally uninterested in the Vegas Grand Prix, went onto social media today to reveal his new helmet ahead of the Grand Prix weekend. Max Verstappen has said previously that, first of all, I think we are going there more for the show than for the racing itself. I'm going there, I'm doing my thing, and I'm out again. Despite his disinterest, he has revealed a striking new helmet design for himself ahead of the Vegas Grand Prix weekend. His striking new helmet design, which is majority white in colour, features neon yellow accents, with gambling and Vegas themed designs, along with his signature line on top in neon yellow. It is certainly a design that is not going to be missed out on the racetrack under the lights in Las Vegas, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all of the other designs that are released by the drivers ahead of the Grand Prix race weekend. Be sure to let us know in the comment section what you think of Max's design, and be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece and today we'll be speaking about AlphaTauri's new livery that they have revealed for the Las Vegas Grand Prix as well as the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. But before we get into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date with all of the latest Formula One news. AlphaTauri has unveiled an alternate car livery that it will use for the final 2 rounds of the Formula One season. Starting from this weekend's event in Las Vegas, the AT04 will run a striped design around the engine cover and side pod area of the car. The livery will stay on the Challenger for next weekend's Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, which will conclude the Formula One campaign. The design has been inspired by the squad's collaboration with Brendan Monroe and his Las Vegas capsule collection. AlphaTauri enters the weekend challenging Williams for 7th in the Constructors' Championship after scoring points at the last 3 race weekends. Its late season resurgence comes after it occupied the bottom of the standings for much of the year. Daniel Ricciardo and Yuki Tsunoda will be behind the wheel of the alternately designed AlphaTauri at the final 2 Grand Prix, with the duo also contracted to compete for the team once again next season. The design that AlphaTauri are using for this race weekend is certainly quite striking and will be very fitting for Daniel Ricciardo, I'm sure. I'm waiting for his helmet design to be revealed for this weekend. I'm sure he'll be going with something very striking and very Vegas inspired as well. Be sure to let us know in the comment section what you think of AlphaTauri's Vegas themed car, as well as be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. My name is Reece and today we'll be doing a helmet review over all of the drivers' helmets for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But before we get into that, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you can stay up to date with all of the latest Formula 1 news. The inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix is here. The event is shaping up to be a true Vegas spectacle, both on and off the track, with race promoters, drivers and teams alike promising blazing speed and plenty of overtaking. The battle on the track will be fierce, with themed helmets becoming a growing part of Formula 1. This season alone has seen some spectacular efforts from drivers, so you might not be too surprised then to see the drivers upping the ante for the inaugural Las Vegas event. Max Verstappen, the three-time world champion, was the first out of the gates to reveal his helmet for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. He revealed a neon-inspired helmet for the neon capital of the world, being Vegas. In his helmet, you can see, of course, brightly coloured neon all over the place, with Vegas-inspired quips such as playing cards and poker chips as well. Alpine driver Esteban Ocon unveiled his themed helmet for the Las Vegas Grand Prix on Wednesday. However, unlike Verstappen, Ocon did not lean in to the Vegas theme. Instead, he paid tribute to one of his team's new owners, actor Ryan Reynolds, with his Deadpool-themed helmet for this weekend's Vegas Grand Prix. It certainly is one of my favourites heading into this weekend. Quite a different helmet and very, very cool looking for sure. Next up, we had Lando Norris. The McLaren driver is known for some of the better themed helmets, including his beach ball helmet that he brought to the Miami Grand Prix earlier this season. His Vegas Grand Prix design though? Snakes. Of course, we're racing out in the desert this weekend, so what better than for snakes on his helmet? Very interesting. I'm not necessarily a big fan of snakes, but Lando Norris will be racing around with a snake-inspired helmet for this Las Vegas Grand Prix. Norris's teammate Oscar Piastri has teamed up with Google and has unveiled a dark chrome version of his helmet for this weekend's Vegas Grand Prix. He dropped it on Wednesday with a nod to the team's relationship with Google Chrome. He went onto Twitter to say, "My awesome Google Chrome dark mode special helmet for this Las Vegas Grand Prix." In collaboration with Google, he has unveiled a black helmet with the Google Chrome livery all over that. Very cool, and of course, we'll see him racing with that this weekend. And then the last driver to unveil his helmet was Fernando Alonso. He has unveiled a chrome helmet with playing cards on the back and a few touches of Las Vegas. So that has been it for this helmet review. Very, very exciting to see all of these drivers unveiling their helmets ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. I'm sure we will get a few more drivers unveiling some helmets before we get onto track tomorrow evening, but as of today, this has been all of the helmets that have been unveiled so far. Do be sure to let me know in the comment section which is your favourite helmet. I think mine, I'm very much leaning towards Esteban Ocon's Deadpool-themed helmet. I think it's really cool. It's not just a Vegas-themed helmet as we've seen from everyone else, but I think second to that would be probably Lando Norris's snake-themed helmet. I'm not a big fan of snakes, but it is, once again, a very cool helmet for Lando Norris. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I've been Reece on Forever Motorsports. Cheers.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Welcome to the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix. Formula 1 takes to the streets of Sin City this weekend, and it is set to be a spectacle. The 6.1 kilometer long street circuit is the third longest circuit on the calendar and is nestled into the heart of Las Vegas, with the star of the show being a 2 kilometer long straight down the Vegas Strip. which will see the drivers reaching speeds of around 350 kilometers an hour. Prior to 2023, the only other time a Formula 1 Grand Prix has been held in Las Vegas was in 1981 and 1982. And for those 2 years, it was called the Caesars Palace Grand Prix, with a temporary circuit being set up in the parking lot of the Caesars Palace Hotel and Casino. This race is set to be the highlight of the season, with multiple teams revealing special liveries as well as drivers bringing one-off helmets for the race weekend. This weekend also saw the first opening ceremony for an F1 race, being kicked off by bands and singers, before introducing all of the Formula 1 drivers. The 6.2 kilometer long circuit is a thrilling neon-fueled ride that takes drivers through the heart of Sin City. The circuit runs anti-clockwise, featuring 17 corners and a 1.92 kilometer long straight, making it one of the fastest tracks on the Formula 1 calendar, with average speeds set to be comparable to Italy's Monza. The start-finish line and turns 1 to 4 are situated in a former parking lot that Formula 1 purchased for a whopping $240 million and transformed into a state-of-the-art pit and paddock area. As drivers exit that area and head to Coval Lane, they will experience a 1 kilometer long straight from turns 4 until they reach a hard braking zone at Westchester Drive in turn 5. Turns 6, 7, 8 and 9 will take drivers around the newly opened MSG Sphere, before accelerating down Sands Avenue to turn 12. Between turns 12 and 14, the track offers a 1.92 kilometer long straight that provides drivers with stunning views of the Las Vegas Boulevard, aka the Las Vegas Strip, including the Venetian, the Mirage, Caesars Palace, the Eiffel Tower at Paris, Las Vegas, and the Bellagio fountains. Finally, the circuit will travel along East Harmon Avenue from turns 14 to 17, before the left kink of turn 17 takes it back to the start-finish line. It is certainly set to be an interesting weekend, with temperatures expected to be in the single digits for the race on Saturday evening. This could make things tricky for the drivers with regards to getting their tyres up to temperature. For this weekend, Pirelli are bringing the softest range of tyres, with the C5, the C4 and the C3 compounds. Hopefully this will allow drivers to get their tyres up to temperature. And just to spice things up, rain is also predicted for the race. Watch now as you get taken around a lap of the Las Vegas Grand Prix circuit. Let us know down in the comment section who you are supporting for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. And be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. We hope to see you during our coverage of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports. Today I'm going to be talking to you about the fact that Charles Leclerc has reportedly restarted negotiations with Ferrari over his contract for 2025 and beyond. But before we get into the news today, do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula One content. Charles Leclerc begins his Ferrari contract negotiations with the Maranello outfit. Formula One news outlets might be focused on Charles Leclerc's difficult weekend in Brazil, but contract talks for 2024 and beyond have begun. Charles Leclerc currently occupies 7th place in the Formula One standings, which is certainly a tough pill for the Monegasque to swallow. Misfortune and missed opportunities have plagued his 2023 season. Aside from his current points total, there are other consequences to the 25-year-old's difficult spell. As the season draws to a close, Ferrari is working to convince the 5-time race winner to sign a contract extension with the team. Like many drivers, Leclerc's contract expires at the end of 2024. This means that for next year's transfer market, it could be quite dynamic. For the Italian team, however, the objective will be to avoid any drama with their current driver pairing. Carlos Sainz is also without a contract for the end of 2024, meaning that Ferrari has 2 deals to negotiate with their drivers. It goes without saying though that Ferrari wants to secure Leclerc for the long term. Having risen through the junior categories into Formula One via the Ferrari Academy, the relationship between Leclerc and the Scuderia outfit is well established. Over the last 5 seasons, Leclerc can be attributed with several moments of brilliance with the team. Although his qualifying prowess is often highlighted, performances such as Bahrain in 2022 and Silverstone in 2021 are examples of his abilities during races. According to recent reports, Ferrari has started contract negotiations with Leclerc. This was always expected to happen, with a fast approaching winter break, an opportunity for teams to discuss the future with their drivers. On paper, both parties want the partnership to work. The Italian outfit hasn't won a championship for over a decade, and they believe that Leclerc can be the driver to end this drought. On the Monegasque side, there's no secret for his affinity for Ferrari. Until now, there have been no serious conversations with rival teams for a shock move. Moreover, there aren't many alternatives in the market. Red Bull, McLaren and Mercedes aren't realistic options for Charles Leclerc. For all of Ferrari's difficulties, there are only a handful of teams that would represent a forward step. At least until the Formula One regulations change, the Maranello-based team should be a front-running team. Still, it will be crucial to observe if there are any announcements over the winter break. If an agreement is reached, it then silences any potential speculation. Though if Leclerc waits until the start of next year to sign a contract, this doesn't necessarily mean a switch is imminent. What it does signify, however, is that Ferrari must prove that they are progressing. This isn't necessarily to keep the 26-year-old at Maranello until 2025. As mentioned previously, it is unlikely that he'll switch teams before the next regulation change. But Ferrari want to ensure that Leclerc can have confidence in their project. Otherwise, they risk only agreeing to a short-term contract with him, which could leave their star driver on the market for 2026. It will certainly be very interesting to see what Charles Leclerc does decide to do over his contract negotiations for 2025 and beyond. Does he sign a 1-year contract extension with the team, or does he go and show his confidence in the team for the future and sign a multi-year deal with them? We'll have to wait and see what news comes out over the next coming weeks and months with Charles Leclerc and Ferrari, but we certainly hope that he does stay with the team until the future. That has been it for today's video here on Forever Motorsports. Do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula One content. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. Cheers.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. You're joined by myself, Mark, and Reece is alongside me as well for this, the F1 podcast, of course, in the week of Las Vegas. And it's going to be a chock-a-block full week in terms of news, in terms of stuff that's going to be happening for Las Vegas. Of course, it's a dramatic return to the Las Vegas circuit. Lots of stories to talk about today in the podcast, of course, with regards to the disaster that it has been throughout the entire year leading up to it, the last couple of years,
possible disasters that we'll have during the weekend because of what we basically had to put down to poor planning, and all these other various things that we need to talk about. But before we get there, of course, let's talk about our sponsors, BITDEFENDER and BOYLESPORTS. BITDEFENDER, of course, for all of your cybersecurity needs. Be sure to go and check them out as well. And then BOYLESPORTS, our other partner today, for the week, will be sponsoring this weekend's Grand Prix with a very special sign-on bonus and a couple of things that you guys can do as part of the BOYLESPORTS link that you'll find in the description of the video. So please be sure to go and check out BOYLESPORTS, and you can get this. Bet 50 Rand on the Vegas Grand Prix and get 20 extra spins for every 50 Rand you bet in any of the slots, in any of those sort of games on the BOYLESPORTS app. Be sure to go and check it out. It's an awesome little promotion that they've got there exclusively with us, Forever Motorsports. So be sure to go and check that out. Of course, Las Vegas, the home of betting and poker and all other betting games. BOYLESPORTS, of course, a betting company, is also doing something fun for it with us, so in association with us. So be sure to go and check them out. And of course, like the video and subscribe to the channel as we go back, of course, to the news that is Las Vegas Grand Prix. So we've got the Las Vegas Grand Prix coming up this week, and it is possibly going to be one of the best races we've seen or one of the worst races we've seen with regards to, it could be incredible entertainment, but at the same time a disaster in terms of actual racing. Lots of memes have been released obviously in the last few weeks with regards to the track looking like Spider-Pig from The Simpsons and all these other various things. But what we really want to focus on straight away is that pit lane exit straight into turn one and the potential disasters that could happen there.
Yes, just reading an article here from WTF1. Earlier this week, Formula One unveiled some new Las Vegas Grand Prix building photos. And well, there was one thing that really stood out to fans. Was it the huge Formula One sign? No. Was it the extraordinary lighting? Also no. But it was the pit lane exit. The Las Vegas Grand Prix is this weekend. After a whole year of promo and tremendous build-up, it is finally here. A new track, a new city, albeit one that's hosted Formula One before, and some unexpected challenges, such as low temperatures, may just throw up entertaining, maybe even chaotic races. Fans will be eager to see how it plays out, but there's one thing that has sparked concern. The newly released photos of the $240 million pit building highlighted a potentially tricky aspect to the track. The pit exit sees drivers emerge on the end of the straight and into turn one, which will require drivers to stay to the far left-hand side of the track. However, fans have pointed out that for cars already on the track, the natural line for them to take into turn one would go over that pit exit line. Yes, so that could cause quite a lot of issues, not only in the race, of course, with pit stops happening, but also, of course, during qualifying, Mark.
Yeah, so, I mean, the immediate thing is that you have to remember, so for turn one, we go into turn one and the pit lane comes on the inside of it as well. The idea is the fact that as you exit out of turn one onto the following straight, you're going to collide with that line that is the pit exit. So the problem is, of course, those coming out of the pits have to remain into those lines. They can't get out of the way of drivers that are coming out, and drivers that are coming around the corner will, of course, be coming, that's their best possible line, is to come straight onto that angle. So you could, and it's quite blind as well, let's be honest.
Quite a tight corner. Looking at it at the moment, you can see how all the barriers are built up on the inside of the next corner. So you really do have to take that line where that entire pit exit line goes over, and that would be your natural apex.
And I think that's exactly the problem that we're noting here, is the fact that we are probably going to see accidents and very close encounters throughout the entire weekend, from qualifying to the race itself, because it's just such a really poor planned corner. I mean, it's bizarre to me, the fact they thought that this would be absolutely fine.
For something that's been in the pipeline for, I would expect, years at this point. It would have been designed quite some time ago, and it's just really disappointed us fans and not really been what we were hoping for, in terms of the fact that it might have an issue with that pit exit. We're going to have issues with the fact that they didn't have the foresight as well, that it gets cold in the night at a desert.
Yeah, I mean, the pit exit's one thing. Then we talk about the fact that, as you say, the weather is going to play a huge factor. They thought, we're in a desert, it's going to be absolutely fine, except for the fact that the desert does plummet in temperatures at night. And we are going to see, what's the sort of temperatures we're talking about?
So for the race on Sunday, or it's on Saturday evening in Vegas, Sunday European time, I guess. But they're expecting it to be going from 5 degrees to 10 degrees Celsius. I mean, that is freezing cold.
Yeah, and you cannot get your tires warm easily in that sort of weather. And the engines themselves will also struggle to get started in that.
And I mean, going back to this pit exit, it's also going to be in the cold, and then you're going straight into a left-hander on freezing cold tires. You're probably going to slide over that pit exit line and into the racing line even more.
Yeah, so just have a look at that pit exit right there. It doesn't make sense. Drivers are going to come round, and they're going to really enter straight onto that pit exit where the cars are going to be coming out. I do think you're going to have lots of accidents there, and especially cold tires coming out of the pits. It's going to be a bit of a problem. I think you might be sliding around a little bit. They might have issues in terms of getting grip as a result as well. I think that first corner is going to prove to be a disaster, and I reckon we will have a red flag in this race, probably for a pit 1 incident. And that's not even all the incidents and the problems that we've had for Las Vegas going into this week. We've also had numerous other issues as well, talking mainly also about the fact that grandstands are still not finished, so they're having to move the crowd to different places. Ticket prices are plummeting. I mean, all these various things are happening last minute.
Yes, there is quite a lot happening at the moment in Vegas. A Grand Prix where they were expecting to have completely packed out hotels and packed out VIP boxes. Some of the boxes were set out at about $1 million, and a lot of them have not sold. A lot of the prices for tickets for some of the days have fallen by as much as 80% at this point, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, so they knew they priced it stupidly. And quite frankly, all of those that bought tickets at the full price must be feeling very hard done by.
Yes.
Because of these dramatic price drops they've had, because they cannot sell tickets, and they know they need to sell. They need to fill the place to make it look like such an awesome Grand Prix. It's always been dubbed to be what could be a really, really cool Grand Prix, but we've seen now with all this news coming to light, the fact that it is basically actually poorly planned, rushed, and no logic behind it. I mean, especially when we go back to that weather, which has suddenly become a big problem that people are talking about. We've got an article here that just goes, it's from SI.com, and says, though it is reported to be the coldest race with temperatures dropping as low as 5 degrees centigrade, the twist entails the chance of rain on Friday, which could make matters even worse. So we're looking at the forecast for the entire weekend. It is just stupid, quite frankly. Thursday, of course, because everything's going to be happening a day advanced for the rest of the world. So it's actually, instead of a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're seeing a Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Las Vegas. And the rest of us watching around the world will be in the morning on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So looking at Thursday, free practice 1. The first session could be the warmest of them all, starting at 8:30 local time, and is expected to experience temperatures in the early teens around 10 degrees Celsius or the mid-50s in Fahrenheit. And that's still very, very low.
That is very cold.
Then we go to practice 2 and 3. Practice 2 starts at midnight on the 17th and would mostly remain the same as FP1, except that it would be slightly colder. But FP3 starts at 8:30 p.m. local time. Again, this is now on the Friday and will be slightly warmer, hopefully, at around 15.5 degrees centigrade. But again, now, here's the other problem that they found on Friday. There could be a 50% chance of rain on the day and during the night. So
I was seeing predictions of that and was really hoping it would be wrong. But those chances are increasing, and that's really going to throw another spanner in the works.
I mean, you have a damp track as well as a wet, as well as a cold track. It's going to be just disasters in terms of tires and engine management. Teams are going to be fuming. Then we go to this, because obviously the qualifying and the race with regards to those various weather forecasts for those. Qualifying happens at midnight on Friday in Las Vegas, so the rest of us will happen on Saturday morning. It could potentially be done on a wet track if it had rained previously in the evening. And in addition to that, there was a 63% chance of rain on the Saturday afternoon, with temperatures predicted to be lowest at night at around 40 degrees Fahrenheit or at around 4.44 degrees centigrade, almost 0 degrees Celsius for the Grand Prix.
That would make it the coldest Grand Prix in history. The current coldest Grand Prix was Canada in, I want to say 1974, I think it was, in my latest video. I might be wrong on that. Go check out my latest video for that stat. But it could be the new coldest Formula 1 Grand Prix.
And the track could also be damp as well, based on the fact that they might have afternoon showers on that Saturday afternoon for the Saturday evening race. So it could be disaster after disaster after disaster in Las Vegas. And of course, we've caught up with a few people as well that within the F1 world, and we've noticed the fact that Max Verstappen has had some very clear claims about what F1's doing.
Max Verstappen is cheerful as always.
Yes.
About a Formula One race, and he's saying he's not looking forward to his Las Vegas trip, and he says that he just wants to do his thing, be gone again after the race.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be gambling at all. As much as all the other Formula One drivers said that Max Verstappen would be the most likely to go and have a night out in Vegas, and the most in the latest Formula One video, but he does not want to stick around too much longer.
No, indeed, and we've got an article here that goes and speaks about Max Verstappen's thoughts about the entire Grand Prix weekend that's coming up, and it is very damning, quite frankly, from the current Drivers' World Champion and the new Drivers' World Champion again, because of course he's already won the season with 2 races to go. Well, he's won it with more races to go, but we've only got 2 races to go, and he's still the winner, of course. So the long straights and the tight corners have had some wondering as to just how good the racing will be in Nevada, and the added issue, of course, of near freezing temperatures, possible rain. The race might not go down as a classic, but in fact a disaster class. That is certainly the opinion of the 3-time world champion Max Verstappen, who said F1 is there for the show more than the racing. First of all, this is Max Verstappen speaking about. He says, first of all, I think we are there more for the show than for the racing itself, if you look at the layout of the track. But, I'm actually not that into it. I'm more like, I'll go there and do my thing and be gone. Vegas is not the only tight track. This is not Max Verstappen speaking now. Vegas is not the only tight track street circuit on the calendar, but when the example of Monaco was raised to the Red Bull driver, he suggested it was the history that made the Monte Carlo circuit special. He said, yes, but Monaco is also just history and the place itself. Everyone wants to have been to Monaco once. You can't really compare. There's still a lot to do. I still need to go on the simulator. I still don't even know the track, to be honest. He said in the build-up to the race in Sao Paulo, of course, this is when the interview was had, the last time I tried it in the F1 game, I think I hit more walls than I was going straight. So let's hope that this is not the case when I start driving there. But it's going to be very different to Brazil. Very low temperatures, of course, in the night there. Street circuit, we have no experience there. We don't know the track. We're all new, so maybe it will give you a few surprises. I don't know. So all we're hearing from Max Verstappen is he's not looking forward to it because, quite frankly, there are too many unknown variables. As Alexandros joins us in the comments there saying, hello, guys. Well, hello to you too as well.
Max Verstappen not looking forward to it, but he'll still go on and most likely win the Grand Prix.
Well, maybe he won't. Maybe
yes.
The few surprises he talks about is the fact that maybe Red Bull don't get their setup right. Maybe they really have absolutely no idea how to approach this, as maybe other teams as well. You might find that cars crash into turn 1. People don't know the lines to take. They don't know the overtaking opportunities around the track because nobody has ever tried it. Nobody knows where's the best possible place to make an overtake. We could see some things develop. Normally when you watch the F1 titles play, you go and see, here's a popular place to overtake. Here are the maneuvers people try.
Exactly.
These are the sort of things. Nobody knows for Las Vegas. Completely new circuit. Nobody has a cooking clue.
Well, we'd expect the most popular overtaking spot to be down that main Las Vegas strip. That is the longest straight on the circuit. But we'll have to wait and see where it does prove to be the best opportunity for overtaking. Just looking at some pictures at the moment in this article at the moment. What is this article about, Mark?
Well, we're just looking more in depth as to what we're actually going to expect from the Las Vegas circuit. We've chatted about it. We've said it's going to be a disaster in terms of certain things, but let's actually find out some stats about the track itself. So, the track is officially called the Las Vegas Strip Circuit. Of course, that's because it does feature the main straight going straight down the Las Vegas Strip. Very famously. I don't know how Las Vegas is going to cope with it, but it will. It features
a lot of traffic.
Yeah. It features 17 corners, and it runs to 3.8 miles long with a barrier-lined outline wrapping around the heart of the most iconic areas of Vegas. All but for 4 corners of the lap are on existing roads, which have been resurfaced ahead of the arrival of F1 during the course of this year. The track actually starts to the east of the strip on a previously disused piece of land bought by F1 and the US owners Liberty Media in 2022 at the cost of $240 million.
So they have a lot of money in this race at the moment.
Yeah, so it has been substantially redeveloped to include a vast permanent pit building, garages and team areas, along with hospitality facilities, including the luxurious Paddock Club. The pit building is the length of 3 American football fields and features a 28,000 square foot video screen made into the F1 logo on its roof. So trying to do something with regards to the sphere that's right next to it as well. This redeveloped area also features the pit straight and the first 4 corners of the circuit.
Yes, from there, the lap rejoins the Koval lane and then races towards the astonishing MSG Sphere. In Vegas, which is a new $2.3 billion, 366, sorry.
Numbers everywhere.
But immersive music and entertainment arena that has captured global attention since opening in September. U2 is currently performing there at their Las Vegas residency, and they're having to postpone that till the end of the Formula One race.
Yeah, so Formula One will actually have all access rights to the screen on the outside, the big sphere, of course, very famous sphere now that's done, all the news all over the world. They will have access to it, and they will be putting their own imagery on it itself. So what could we expect from that? I don't quite know just yet. It could be very, very interesting, of course. And, you could see some memes.
Yes, well,
we talk
I'm
about
certainly
those sort of
expecting
things.
to see some memes. I think we're going to see what we've been seeing in the past with the just delete that and with the memes that we've seen on the big screen following airplanes and looking at people. We'll throw that up onto screen in a second. There it is. We've seen that quite a lot. I think that's going to be following the Formula One cars as they whiz past. I think we might see some memes of the Formula One drivers. There's been a lot being posted on social media at the moment. Go look at motorsport.com. They're currently having a bit of a poll with their fans just making memes about how they could use the sphere in Vegas this weekend. I'd certainly love to see some of those memes make its way onto the big screen.
It's exactly that. It's a huge sphere right next to the track, of course, and it's going to be completely owned by F1 in terms of the imagery they put up. So we could see some very fancy things. I imagine you'll see flags of the winners and the different of all the sessions and the winner at the end, and fireworks and all these various things could be put on it. Could be very, very cool to see. If nothing else, it will be a spectacle, if not a disaster of a spectacle. But looking now, of course, as to how they turned Las Vegas into an F1 circuit. We're speaking to this article here, Sky Sports, was speaking to the Las Vegas Grand Prix CEO, Rennie Wilm, who said, I said the biggest challenge is really just transportation planning. Yeah, so we are essentially encapsulating 60,000 hotel rooms, workers, guests, and visitors of Las Vegas. And how do we ensure that we are able to keep traffic moving, keep people moving when the track is hot? Well, at this point, cold, quite frankly. As Darren also says, I heard it's going to be cold and a big flop in Vegas. Indeed, could be very, very cold. So when he says track is hot, not really that hot. And in that regard, we have installed 3 temporary bridges, which will allow vehicles to access the interior of the track while we are during the race time, and working with the locals hand and glove to figure out how we continue to move the employees and how we get guests into the interior of the track. The roads that make up the circuit will start to shut from 5 p.m. on each of the 3 days of the F1 track activity and reopen from 2 a.m. They will be what is described as hot, ready for the track action, and handed over to officials for the FIA, F1's governing body, from 7 p.m. each evening. Now, it's very interesting that, of course, the fact that they've got the whole track there, and then they're literally allowing normal regulars to go onto the track. Somebody could have an accident, you could have oil spill. Yeah, it's true.
It's exactly the same as Monaco. It's a street circuit. We get it in Azerbaijan. We get it in... Where else do we get street circuits? I'm trying to think now.
Many places.
Singapore. Yeah.
So,
it happens all over the place. So there's always those added risks.
You will have these added risks, of course, but it is Las Vegas, and it is going to be very close to the start time of the Grand Prix itself. And because it's such a new circuit, nobody knows the whole... what's the word I'm looking for? But basically, the organization of it all. They don't know how it's all going to work. They don't know how long it's going to take to do it. I'm sure they've had a couple of test runs, but you'll never know when you've got all the equipment there now.
I'm sure this is all going to go quite well. Normally, a race is run by an organizer on behalf of Formula One, and they're contracted in to do it. In this circumstance, it's completely run by Formula One. So it should go like clockwork, you would expect, at least, because they hold all their contractors to really high levels. So they should be able to hold their own race to that exact same standard. Whether we're going to see the likes of track limits at a circuit like this, I don't know. I think it's going to be quite similar to normal street circuits.
It's a street circuit, so you won't need track limits. Yeah,
we shouldn't have that to deal with this weekend, which is the good thing for once. It's been a lot of controversy, as well as this week we haven't spoken about it yet, but Haas launched an appeal into the Austin Grand Prix, and that was rejected by the FIA.
Yeah, so Haas once again just taking L's throughout the entire season, as they always do.
Well, it was to have a look into the track infringements that they deemed weren't investigated properly throughout the race. A lot of fans thought that they had a basis to bring up the appeal, but Formula One clearly and the FIA did not think the same way, so that was rejected by them. And you can of course go and find out a bit more in my video on the channel if you want to know a little bit more about that.
Exactly that. So we move on to another article now, and leaving a little bit of talking about the Las Vegas track circuit itself. This is going into the lead up to what we could expect in Las Vegas in terms of performance from Mercedes. And the fact that Toto Wolff has been speaking to the media, and Planet F1's got an article about it, saying that they've made a key discovery and they can explain what happened in Brazil in terms of their disaster class. Now, Reece, I'm not sure if you talked about this in your other shows yet.
No, not yet.
But we'll talk about it now anyway. And the fact that Mercedes boss Toto Wolff has confirmed the team has found the answers for their woeful performance at the Brazilian Grand Prix circuit. And of course, we hope that then they fix those issues going into Las Vegas and they'll be absolutely fine there. So Mercedes' weekend in Sao Paulo went from bad to worse last time out, culminating in a DNF for George Russell, who would have most likely been lapped by race winner Max Verstappen, and a lowly P8 finish for 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton. It was a far cry from 12 months prior, when Russell was able to have a car at his disposal capable of winning the race in Brazil, of course, although that victory has been the only one recorded by the Silver Arrows since the conclusion of the F1 2021 season. Mercedes have found the answers. So, ahead of the huge week for F1 in Las Vegas, one slight problem, of course, Wolff isn't sharing the information that has been collected by Mercedes over this past weekend, though they seemingly have found it. He said, after sorry, you can say this part.
After promising performances in the US and Mexico Grand Prix, we didn't perform at our best in Brazil, Wolff said. We've been hard at work to identify the wrong turn that we took in the setup. And we have now done that. We understand our mistakes and can explain our performance loss to the field. That is important as we look to secure P2 in the Constructors' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, basically keeping all his cards close to his chest, of course.
I have a bit of a theory as to why, but I think they were quite conservative with their ride heights this weekend with the sprint race. They didn't get a lot of running, unfortunately, in that FP1 session, and they were very conservative compared to the rest of the grid, and that is why they were...
So you say ride height?
Yes, ride height. That is... I mean, ride height is what cost them the podium in the US Grand Prix, so they've been quite conservative since.
Okay. Well, Wolff has said, and he's continued, in parallel, he says, we have been preparing for the challenge of racing at a venue that is a complete unknown. We have prepared the best we can, using the limited information we have, and there are some unique characteristics we can anticipate. The schedule is offset compared to other races. We'll be running at night, where ambient and track temperatures will likely be in the single digits. Plus, the track layout itself is unusual, with many slow corners but long straights. It's going to be a big challenge for us all, and we're looking forward to taking it on. It will also be an immense effort off track. We have an impressive guest hosting program, including our own 3-story Vegas club next to Turn 4. Media interest will be through the roof, and seeing the cars race down the Las Vegas Strip will be one of the most exciting moments of the season, and if not just the season, in sports history, I think, because... I
think it's going to be a big weekend in terms of celebrity guests on the track. I think we're going to get a few interesting Martin Brundle moments, that is for sure. We got a Machine Gun Kelly one last weekend out in Brazil, which was interesting to say the least. And I'm sure we'll get a few more this race weekend, but I'm really looking forward to it, actually. I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be tricky for the teams to get their setups correct, but I'm really hoping that we will get some good racing. And just looking at another team that we haven't really spoken about too much in today's podcast.
No. So we've not spoken about many teams at all.
No.
But yes, that is Aston Martin,
yes,
who admits that it was a mistake to make a painful F1 experiment so public, or all of their experiments so public. In recent months, of course, Aston Martin have worked to effectively reverse engineer components developed for next year and then fitted them to the current AMR 2023 with the floor and area of focus. But amid a decline in results for the team that scored a podium in 6 of the opening 8 races during the recent United States and Mexican Grand Prix weekends, it split drivers Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll between old and new floor specifications to conduct real-world back-to-back testing. During these rounds, the team banked only 6 points before cherry-picking components for the most recent Brazilian Grand Prix, when Fernando Alonso, of course, pipped Sergio Perez to return to the podium in 3rd place. It was a great weekend for Aston Martin, but they are admitting they made huge mistakes prior to that.
I think it was necessary for them to do, because they were lacking in pace after the restart of the season. We really did see that lack in pace and the drop-off when the other teams started to bring major upgrade packages. and gained quite a lot more. Of course, Red Bull was still able to stay a level above, but the likes of Aston Martin fell back. At least in the last few races, they have started clawing their way back up the grid, and Alonso was able to get that podium just from Sergio Perez in Brazil. But that's what we want to see. We want to see teams getting a lot closer, clawing back those points. And we love a comeback mid-season, as well as, I mean, teams have loved watching what McLaren have been doing this season. Well, not just teams, but fans.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, two-time champion Alonso, of course, admitted the fact that those experiments that they did have during those 2 Grand Prix and a couple of those prior said they were really painful to endure. He said, we had to experiment a little bit more on a few things on the car to really understand the direction that we were going. And we have to go for next year's car as well. So those races were painful, especially Mexico. I think we were very slow as a team. Ahead of the final 2 rounds of the season in Las Vegas and Abu Dhabi, Aston Martin's performance director Tom McCulloch now acknowledges that it was a mistake for the team to carry out so much research and development in public. He said, we're really just focusing these next few races on trying to get as many points as we can do, rather than doing too many R&D projects in front of all of the track. We really got into trying to do some big testing and understanding for next year, with which we've done and got all the data in the bank. It is tough doing all the R&D, especially during a sprint event. We don't want to be starting from the pit lane. We've introduced some parts, we've done some testing, we did a bit too much R&D work in front of you all and over the next 2 race weekends, which maybe in hindsight wasn't the right thing to do. But we're pretty happy we've got good understanding of the way to develop the car, which is key for next year.
Yes, he went on to say, this is not about the outside.
Team boss, actually.
So, Team boss Mike Crack added that Aston Martin had sacrificed results, but it was not about pandering around to the outside world. He said, this is not about the outside world, this is about ourselves. We wanted to learn as much as possible for next year, but obviously then you sacrifice a bit the current results. You have a range of parts that you combine. The cars are very complicated and you need to really understand the different areas and how they interact with each other.
So, does that mean that Aston Martin is going to be good for the next 2 race weekends? Do they actually understand what's gone wrong and have they made the relevant fixes? It seemed like they did in Brazil, of course. They got a 3rd and a 5th place finish. Brilliant for the Aston Martins considering their performances prior to that. Can we expect anything decent from them this weekend?
I certainly hope so. It is a high-speed circuit. We've had high-speed circuits where Aston Martin have done well in the past, in Baku, in Saudi Arabia. I remember Fernando Alonso challenging into turn 1 there. So I think it could be a circuit where they could pull their socks up a little bit and really get their elbows out and fight with the top bunch.
Yeah, so I mean, normally we do this, of course, in a preview and otherwise and sort of things, but I think we can just sort of have a guess. We've got Las Vegas this weekend. It is going to be the most interesting Grand Prix of the season, I believe, just because of all the unknown factors and all the potential problems that are leading into it. Of course, weather. We talk about that turn 1 pit exit. We talk about all of the problems they've had in terms of getting the track ready over the last year. At the same time, it's going to be a huge spectacle that the whole world will surely watch. Who is going to come out on top? Out of absolutely no information to back it up,
Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen yet again. So Max Verstappen won.
I think off the basis from the rest of the season, I think you have to say Max Verstappen.
So Max Verstappen is winning that Grand Prix apparently. He'll win in Vegas, and then will he go on to be even more lucky in the slots? Who knows, you know? That's the sort of thing.
If he feels like doing that, he might just jump back straight into his private jet and head home.
Yeah. So there's all these various things that could happen this weekend. It's going to be very, very fun to watch. You, of course, can catch us here on Forever Motorsports. We'll be streaming all the sessions live with myself and Reece alongside me. And Reece will be with you throughout the entire week building up to the Grand Prix this weekend for all of his shows, all of his other videos. So be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video. And once again, big shout out to our sponsors, BITDEFENDER and BOYLESPORTS. Of course, BOYLESPORTS have got a very cool promotion going into this weekend. For every 50 rand you place on in the games and inside their app, they will give you 23 spins in their slot machines. So be sure to go and check that out. It's very, very cool. You could win big with BOYLESPORTS. And of course, check out BITDEFENDER, our cybersecurity sponsor. As we end off this video, pretty much, Alexandra's just giving us predictions, just saying Verstappen will rather win, and Charles will take pole again. Well, would you say that's a decent prediction?
I think that would be a good prediction. Charles Leclerc could easily take pole. The Ferraris are quite good at high-speed circuits as well. They could also be in with the mix this weekend if their engines and their hydraulics don't fail on the formation lap again.
Exactly that. So guys, thank you so much for joining us for the F1 podcast. We'll be here again soon. And
Welcome to the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix. Formula One takes to the streets of Sin City this weekend, and it is set to be a spectacle. The 6.1 kilometer long street circuit is the third longest circuit on the calendar, and is nestled into the heart of Las Vegas, with the star of the show being a 2 kilometer long straight down the Vegas Strip, which will see the drivers reaching speeds of around 350 kilometers an hour. Prior to 2023, the only other time a Formula One Grand Prix has been held in Las Vegas was in 1981 and 1982, and for those 2 years it was called the Caesars Palace Grand Prix, with a temporary circuit being set up in the parking lot of the Caesars Palace Hotel and Casino. This race is set to be the highlight of the season, with multiple teams revealing special liveries as well as drivers bringing one-off helmets for the race weekend. This weekend also saw the first opening ceremony for an F1 race, being kicked off by bands and singers, before introducing all of the Formula One drivers. The 6.2 kilometer long circuit is a thrilling neon-fueled ride that takes drivers through the heart of Sin City. The circuit runs anti-clockwise, featuring 17 corners and a 1.92 kilometer long straight, making it one of the fastest tracks on the Formula One calendar, with average speeds set to be comparable to Italy's Monza. The start-finish line and turns 1 to 4 are situated in a former parking lot that Formula One purchased for a whopping $240 million and transformed into a state-of-the-art pit and paddock area. As drivers exit that area and head to Koval Lane, they will experience a 1 kilometer long straight from turns 4 until they reach a hard braking zone at Westchester Drive in turn 5. Turns 6, 7, 8 and 9 will take drivers around the newly opened MSG Sphere, before accelerating down Sands Avenue to turn 12. Between turns 12 and 14, the track offers a 1.92 kilometer long straight that provides drivers with stunning views of the Las Vegas Boulevard, aka the Las Vegas Strip, including the Venetian, the Mirage, Caesars Palace, the Eiffel Tower at Paris, Las Vegas, and the Bellagio fountains. Finally, the circuit will travel along East Harmon Avenue from turns 14 to 17, before the left kink of turn 17 takes it back to the start-finish line. It is certainly set to be an interesting weekend, with temperatures expected to be in the single digits for the race on Saturday evening. This could make things tricky for the drivers with regards to getting their tyres up to temperature. For this weekend, Pirelli are bringing the softest range of tyres, with the C5, the C4 and the C3 compounds. Hopefully this will allow drivers to get their tyres up to temperature. And just to spice things up, rain is also predicted for the race. Watch now as you get taken around a lap of the Las Vegas Grand Prix circuit. Let us know down in the comment section who you are supporting for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. And be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. we hope to see you during our coverage of the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. You're joined by myself, Mark, and Reece is alongside me here for the first Las Vegas Grand Prix on this new circuit. Of course, very, very awesome circuit as the national anthem now gets performed by Donny Osmond, and hopefully it won't be too disastrous as we often find in F1.
Actually sounds relatively good.
So yes, the anthem is underway. We are so close to the obviously the Grand Prix, the second last Grand Prix of the 2023 season. All the drivers there, of course, listening to the anthem. There, Logan Sargent, it is a home Grand Prix for him. He had a brilliant qualifying session yesterday, of course, finishing off in 7th position. So he starts quite high up the grid, as his teammate Alex Albon is just ahead of him in 6th. So brilliant session for Williams yesterday in qualifying. And
I think they're going to be quite quick in the race as well. They've shown really top-end speed. So down that Las Vegas strip straight, I think they're going to make a few overtakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could very well.
If not overtakes, they're going to be proven very difficult to overtake by those coming from the rear, such as Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, and Carlos Sainz.
And in fact, speaking of those bunch, that was my next conversation. Of course, we've got Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, and Carlos Sainz all in the mix together. In terms of starting right in the midfield there, about 10th/9th to about 12th position there, and it's all big drivers, and I wonder what will happen there.
Yes, I think that's going to be very interesting for us in the race for sure, with Hamilton, Sergio, and Carlos, Fernando all very close together. So Carlos, where will he get with that grid penalty? I think he'll probably be in about 11th or 12th.
I think he moves to 11th, which means that Lewis Hamilton and Sergio Perez will move. Well, they won't technically. They'll stay where they are.
Okay.
Because obviously Carlos Sainz will move down ahead of everybody else. Fernando Alonso will move ahead of Carlos Sainz, and then Lewis Hamilton and Sergio Perez, I think, should remain where they are. Maybe Lewis Hamilton does go ahead. I think.
Possibly. Yeah. I think Hamilton would go ahead, and he'd start in between Sergio Perez and Hamilton, and then Alonso would be ahead of them. That's a very feisty group in the midfield. I think that's going to be very interesting for all of us to watch in the race, of course. But I'm really looking forward to the starting bunch at the top, which is Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, and George Russell. I think those three are also going to get their elbows out quite a bit.
And the big thing that everybody's talking about is also how there are completely different names in our top 10. So we've got a really interesting midfield. So for the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, Carlos Sainz, and Fernando Alonso to work through, I mean, coming from 5th position downwards, which will technically be 4th position on the actual starting grid, it'll be Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon, Logan Sargent, Valtteri Bottas, and Kevin Magnussen. So you've got some really interesting names in that top 10, and that should provide a whole lot of interesting overtake opportunities, and should make it quite difficult for the likes of those better constructors to try and get into that top 10, because they're going to have to try and get past these drivers who will technically be slower around the circuit than themselves, but not by much, and it would make it interesting and difficult overtakes, of course.
It's going to be difficult, of course, in the first stint. A lot of drivers are venturing out for the first time on high fuel levels on the circuit. So it's going to be tricky. The walls are close. I think we might get a crash or two. I'm expecting at least one safety car today.
Yeah, definitely at least one safety car. I think we've seen, especially in qualifying, how close everybody got to the walls and otherwise. So you're looking at Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen right at the top there. Do you think Max Verstappen can hold off Charles Leclerc can hold off Max Verstappen?
There's last-minute work happening on Max Verstappen's rear wing at the moment. They're looking at the actuator of his DRS. So that's not promising for Red Bull. They're busy putting glue on the back of that rear wing right now.
So there's a glue gun being used, and that's an interesting one.
Christian Horner is 10 minutes to go, and they're busy gluing elements to the rear of that wing.
They're fine. Look, they're absolutely fine. They're chilling now. They've pretty much stopped this. So I think it's all good. I think it's just last minute things. They just noticed and went, we probably need to just fix that up. I don't think it'll be all that much of a problem. Maybe just a small sighting from somebody. They saw that might need a little bit of fixing. So they're looking at that. Christian Horner looks chuffed. He looks pleased. Of course,
he says thank you very much to Formula One for putting on a big birthday event for him. It's been his 50th birthday this weekend. So, I mean, what bigger than having your birthday in Las Vegas?
Exactly that. So the interesting thing about Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, of course, is Max Verstappen has that inside line.
Yes, he does.
So Charles Leclerc
Which
starts
is a very
on the outside.
long turn 1 as well. So if you can hold into that first corner, you can get that overtake done.
Yes, and Max Verstappen, of course, is donning a different race suit.
It's Elvis Presley race suit.
Yes, so he's got a white race suit with red. Sergio Perez got a red with white, which a lot of people have said is basically Ferrari's kits.
Yes.
But anyway, so Red Bull donning a Ferrari type shirt. Hopefully they won't have the Ferrari type of luck for the season as a result of wearing them.
Strategy, you mean?
Yes,
Rather.
well, luck, strategy, anything and
I
everything
think it's
between.
Charles Leclerc's luck, Ferrari's strategy, because I think Carlos Sainz has done relatively all right. It's Charles Leclerc who has terrible luck this season. Hopefully he can overcome that today and hold on to that P1 spot, but Max Verstappen is going to make that very difficult for him.
No, it's exactly that. So, of course, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you guys are new. And please let us know in the comments where you are tuning in from, where you're watching, who you're supporting. What have you made of the Las Vegas Grand Prix so far? It gets going in just under 8 minutes. And, of course, be sure to check out our channel sponsors, BOYLESPORTS, the global leader in cybersecurity, of course, and BOYLESPORTS.
You just said BOYLESPORTS twice.
BITDEFENDER, rather, the global leader in cybersecurity, and BOYLESPORTS, of course,
Our
betting partner.
Who are running a special for this race weekend. For every 50 Rand that you bet on their website, you get 20 free spins. So do be sure to go and check that special out for this Las Vegas Grand Prix. The grid is absolutely packed at the moment, jam-packed with celebrities. Just wow.
I mean, it's a bit manic. I think
Yes.
half the teams would be losing their minds right now. They cannot move. They literally cannot move.
I've never seen such a jam-packed grid. It's actually ridiculous.
It's actually too many people. I think there was supposed to be a limit. There's a maximum limit supposedly on the grid
There's
walk.
a time limit. I don't know if there's a maximum amount of people limit. So, but this looks like they've just crammed as many people as they could get.
Yeah, no, it's a bit ridiculous. Let's be honest,
possible.
Jess. So, looking at that grid, it is just people, and people again. And looking at the grandstands, they look to be full on the main straight, at least. Around the rest of the circuit, that'll be another question. Of course, we're going to have to note that as we go around. But, you know, if we go through the grid in general, going obviously from the back here, we've got... Oh, hello, that's not done what I hoped it would do.
Either way, still got
nonetheless, you know, we've got right at the back here, Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, Guan Yu Zhou, Esteban Ocon, and Lando Norris. Now, the two McLarens in that bottom five, is there any hope for them today?
For Yuki Tsunoda or
For the McLarens.
McLarens, I thought you were going from the bottom. So for the McLarens, I think they should have good race pace. I think they spent more time on their race simulations than they did on their quali simulations, unfortunately. It's going to be a difficult start. They start around quite a lot of people, of course, starting further back in the grid. Lando starting from 16th, Oscar starting from 19th. Their car should have straight line speed, but I don't know. I'm hesitant to say that they're going to be good, but I think that they did just get caught out in qualifying by not pushing themselves on a new set of softs.
Yeah, and the biggest problem with that now is, of course, they've got to work their way through the grid. The likelihood of high number of points in this race is now looking very, very unlikely.
And it's a street circuit, which means overtaking is even more difficult normally. And if you're going to try and overtake, it's going to be very, very tricky.
I think the most luck they can sort of get from this is they've got to try and work their way through the field slowly but surely, and then hope the safety car comes in where they can then get a free pit stop, and as a result they can then get further up the grid. I think that's going to be their best bet. Is they see a safety car around about the midway point, around 25 to 30 laps, and they've done decently up till that point in terms of overtaking, getting themselves close to that top 10. They then get a free pit stop, and then I reckon they could back themselves to get a few more points.
That's also an interesting chat ahead of today. It's a new circuit. We don't know what this surface is going to be like on the tires over long stints. Do we think we're going to only get a one stop today? I think we're going to get a bit more.
I think a one stop is the idea, but I reckon we'll probably head into 2 or 3 because of safety cars.
I was going to say the exact same thing. We do finally have the Formula One titles now rolling. I could hear it in my headphones. Just going through another few drives on the grid, Valtteri Bottas has shown some great pace this weekend, as have the home team, Haas. What do we think they could do this weekend? Their drivers are currently split for the race. One is on the old spec car, one is on the new spec car. Nico Hülkenberg being on the old spec, he decided to take that car and that chassis because he feels a little bit more comfortable with the driving style of that car. Whereas Kevin Magnussen with the new spec is a lot higher up.
Yeah, so I mean, Kevin Magnussen's new spec car, of course, doing himself a little bit of favors yesterday in qualifying. Hulkenberg not as much, but we'll see how it pans out during the race. Of course, this is round 22 of 23, the Las Vegas Grand Prix in the United States. Of course, the last one in the Americas before we head to Abu Dhabi next week, and it is arguably been the biggest and most talked about race weekend of the whole calendar.
And there's going to be a lot more talk afterwards because they are now being sued for FP2, unfortunately. There is a class action lawsuit against Formula One over the removal of the fans from the Formula One venues. As we look at this Formula One circuit here, set out in the heart of Las Vegas, it is a 6.2 kilometer long circuit. We reach top speeds around that Las Vegas straight of around 348 kilometers an hour we've seen throughout the race weekend.
Yes, there will be 50 laps in total. Of course, there are 2 DRS zones on the track, as well as 17 turns to deal with. Very, very long straights, of course, between turns 4 and 5, it's a DRS zone, and between turns 14 and 15, another DRS zone.
Exactly, those DRS zones being in the first sector and the third sector. Looking at the tyres that Pirelli are bringing for this race weekend, we have the C5, C4, and the C3. C5 being your soft, C3 being the hard, C4 in the middle, of course, being your medium. Just looking at the views over the Las Vegas street circuit, one of the most famous streets anywhere on the planet, and we'll go and take you through our grid order, Mark.
Yes, indeed. Yuki Tsunoda starts on 20th, a very upset Yuki Tsunoda yesterday. Lance Stroll in 19th, of course, taking a penalty, I do believe, for something that he had there. Piastri, of course, in 16th. Piastri in 18th, Zhou in 17th, Ocon in 16th. Norris will then start in 15th as a result of Stroll's penalty. Ricciardo's in 14th, Hulkenberg in 13th. Before we move to our big names, of course, right at the back, Carlos Sainz with a 10-place grid penalty in 12th position. Perez in 11th, right ahead of him. Then Lewis Hamilton in 10th and Fernando Alonso in 9th.
Yes, Fernando Alonso going to be putting up a lot of defending to stay ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Kevin Magnussen then, that Haas driver, qualified up in 8th yesterday with that new spec car behind Valtteri Bottas. Logan Sargent then starts in 6th, I think one of his highest qualifying positions. His teammate, Alex Albon, starts in 5th. Pierre Gasly then 4th with George Russell on 3rd. Max Verstappen, 2nd on the grid. He has the inside line into turn 1. But what can Charles Leclerc do in pole position to hold out ahead of Max Verstappen for today?
Yeah, and I think we don't even know. I mean, we have ideas of where people could overtake around the track, but again, we don't know. We don't know the overtaking points. Charles Leclerc looks quite chuffed with life inside his Ferrari. He looks to be game mode on, and I think he's very ready to get going. We're literally under a minute.
We certainly expect Charles Leclerc to be able to hold on to Max Verstappen at least until the straights. And you say we don't know where those overtaking points are on the circuit. I think it's those straights. If you can just be able to get enough of a gap before that straight, then you should be able to hold yourself off. But I think that's where it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, the grid has now been cleared. Everybody's getting ready to take the tire blankets off, of course, because we are literally right at the beginning here. Lewis Hamilton clapping his hands, getting ready to go here. I think he's race ready. And the Ferrari engineers and the Ferrari team must be looking at this thinking, this is a big opportunity here for us. We reckon we could do something here. Carlos Sainz, of course, is going to be battling with Sergio Perez as well. He's got the inside line to him. So we've got a Red Bull versus Ferrari battle in the midfield, as well as right at the top of the grid, which is fantastic to see. And as we do this, a whole lot of people joining us in the comment section. So thank you so much for joining us here.
We've got Lindiwe, Tomato Head, Old Man Roo, as well as Rod Shepherd. So yeah, thank you very much to all of you for joining us.
Indeed, and again, let us know, who do you back to win this Grand Prix? Of course, we've got the various options there. Now, the interesting thing about the start here...
It's a very interesting starting grid.
Well, I was going to say is because the right at the back of it, they slightly turn on the inside. So it's not actually straight the whole way back. So the cars right at the back, they won't actually have a straight line to start in.
Yes, their start is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially with a driver to your outside or to your inside. So we do now finally have the formation lap underway.
I just want to note a very interesting thing there. Max Verstappen had a practice start straight away from that point there. He motored into the front there and then let Charles Leclerc, of course, get by him. But he really had a practice start there. So clearly just trying to get an idea of what he wants to do. Interestingly enough, his line that he seemed to want to look at, and he creates a bit of rubber there for himself by doing a burnout, was straight to defend from Charles Leclerc on his outside.
So looking at the possible strategies for today, you could go medium, hard, hard is what they're predicting, or medium and then hard to the end of the race. I'm surprised there's no softs on there.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's no soft tire concepts there. To be fair, the medium tire and the hard tires were used a lot more in terms of race simulations, and it's certainly, I think, what's going to be used is how high the tire degradation is, because we saw, especially Red Bull, they like the medium tire. They said that's going to be a tire you work on in the race. So I think that's going to be most people's favorite tire.
They did a lot of work on the medium tire on the Friday practice. Yes, Thursday in Las Vegas, Friday for us. They did a lot of the running on medium tires throughout that day. So I would hope they have a lot of data on those tires. We are looking now at Charles Leclerc making his way down the circuit, about to start going down that Las Vegas strip. Yeah, that is going to be a very tricky sector to stay ahead of those other drivers behind you.
Indeed, and some people are noticing in the comments something interesting. We, of course, have got a brand new studio today. It will change very, very shortly, of course, as the data comes in. And let us know your thoughts about the new studio, which will be in place very, very shortly, of course. And we're trying to just spice things up and make some improvements in the channel, and that's going to be one of the things. So some people noting us already and enjoying it, so very glad to see that people are liking it. It will improve even more so as the race gets going, because we will have all those stats up for you as well. And yeah, Lindy, where they're just noting that there's 3 cars on hard tires, 1 on softs, and the rest of them on the mediums.
Yes,
so
very, very interesting starting grid for us today. I think those soft tires, I don't know who's starting on softs, to be honest, but I think those soft tire runners are going to prove a little bit difficult for the mediums. Yeah, as we watch on with Jack Doohan in the Alpine Garage, it's going to be a very tricky start. It's a new circuit. It's not very rubbered up. It becomes a street again in the daytime. So what is going to happen? We've got a childhood rivalry at the front of the field with Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. I'm waiting to see what Charles Leclerc is going to be able to do to hold out.
And interestingly enough, of course, if the Ferrari Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen's Red Bull do collide in some way or otherwise get too close to each other, George Russell's going to be waiting right there behind them, licking his lips, going, you know what, I can do something here. And the interesting thing about George Russell is he's looking at this thinking this is a good chance as well for himself, because behind him are not such powerful cars. We've got an Alpine of Pierre Gasly on his inside, that is for George Russell. And then the 2 Williams cars. I think the Williams cars pose more of a threat than the Alpine. So, I mean,
there we go. We have now moved into our new studio, so I'm sure you guys can see all of that. Yeah, we're just waiting for the last few drivers. I still feel so disappointed for Carlos Sainz. He's rarely been cheated. That's a great weekend for himself.
Yeah, so I think that the other thing, of course, is the fact that the track is dirtier on the inside line, on the main straight at least, versus the outside. So that might be a little bit of a problem for some drivers starting this race here. But as the final drivers line up, Reece will take you through the opening lap of the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
Yes, we're watching all of the drivers line up on the circuit. Now we're seeing Yuki Tsunoda finally getting into his grid box, the final driver on the Formula One grid. For now, watching from Max Verstappen's point of view, waiting for the lights to start going out. The green flag is waved. We have 1, 2, 3, 5 lights now shown in Vegas. They're out, and away we go. Max Verstappen with a really good start. He's gaining very quickly on Charles Leclerc. Will he make a move into turn 1? Looks like he's going to try and dive, but Charles Leclerc trying to push him. They push each other off the track. George Russell trying to get even closer. Massive amounts of crashes in the midfield. That is a terrible race start. Sector 1 is yellow. Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. 1, 2. George Russell number 3 at the moment, waiting for the rest of the grid order to come up, but cars everywhere into turn 1. Charles Leclerc trying to get back past Max Verstappen now, but still a yellow flag being shown in sector 1.
I think there's going to be a lot of debris in sector 1. I think most of the cars managed to get away from the incident, but I see a McLaren has managed to move its way up the grid and starting to come closer to those midfield battles. So looking at the front here, we've still got George Russell in third.
Drivers are really struggling with cold tires. You can see the way that they're tiptoeing around the circuit right now. They're struggling for tire temperature, brake temperature, everything, as Oscar Piastri tries to make a move round on Daniel Ricciardo.
As that Oscar Piastri or Lando Norris. Nonetheless, I think the crash right at the back there has suited some of the McLarens here. At least Oscar Piastri has now moved a lot further forward than he had started. And we're seeing the midfield of Carlos Sainz, Perez, Hamilton, and Alonso, of course, has been heating up a little bit there. Alonso's got quite a bit of a gap to him behind, which Perez is then leading the following group. And Perez seems to be really struggling on this race start.
Alonso says, I've got damage, so he was involved in that first lap incident. Not great to hear. I wonder if it was all of those top runners that got involved in that incident. Big
Sainz and Alonso right at the back
down this Las Vegas straight.
So looking at the grid right now, we see Sainz and Alonso have dropped all the way back into 18th and 19th, so clearly involved in that opening incident there. Bottas as well, who had such a good qualifying yesterday, is all the way down in last place in 20th, so it must have been involving Bottas as well. Virtual safety car is called. A virtual safety car. I think that's for the debris that's into turn 1, and they're going to have to go and fix that up a bit.
Yes, it must be for all of the debris out on circuit. As they come through turn 1, I'm waiting to see them zoom out so we can see if there is any debris. Who's coming into the pits here immediately? This is Sergio Perez.
Yeah, I think Perez got a little bit damaged. He was leading the group, and I think they're struggling there. New front wing coming in.
Verstappen coming onto the radio.
And we'll hear what he says
being
now.
Told that they're happy that he was ahead when he, of course, overtook Charles Leclerc. As we're waiting for Carlos Sainz to come into the pits, he doesn't, but Alonso does come into the pits now.
Yeah, Alonso, of course, with damage, comes into the pits here. I wonder if we'll see Carlos Sainz into the pits.
Broken front wings, unfortunately, Perez and Fernando Alonso. I wonder if they were just really struggling with brakes as we're watching on with
David Beckham's in the Aston Martin garage there, and Bottas obviously into the pits there. The stewards are removing that damage to some of the pieces of the front wing from many of the cars there. As we watch a replay of this race start, let's see exactly what happened there from the back, trying to identify where this collision came. Looks like Sergio Perez might be quite heavily involved with that. Just a lot of early braking there and just hitting from all the sides there. My word, everyone just spun out basically in turn 1. And Fernando Alonso, one of the few there, and then one of the Alfa Romeo, I think that was Bottas going straight into the Aston Martin.
Just watching this race start from Charles Leclerc's point of view, he tries to cover. I think he struggles with brake temperature, though, to be honest, and he gets pushed off right by Verstappen.
I think there's going to be some very big investigations into this. Verstappen does not give him any room to come in. He literally forces him off the track. I mean, I'm always trying to see the fifth. No, man. Max Verstappen's going to be looked at here.
He did lock up, though. You can see he locks up and has to correct.
Nonetheless,
so it's not intentional, but it's not perfect.
It doesn't matter whether you lock up or not. The fact is you've driven another car off the track and not allowed him to get past you as he was going at a speed available to do so.
Virtual safety car is now ending. Watching Fernando Alonso tries to make that move over on Logan Sargent, gets past him and then just spins out. I think the temperature is just so low here. Max Verstappen, though, already starting to run away from Charles Leclerc. 1.6 seconds is that gap from Verstappen to Leclerc.
Yes, indeed. The green flag is now waved. Everybody's making their way in, and now they've formed a much better train, of course, to go forward. The two McLarens now up into 12th and 13th. Piastri's up 6 places. Tsunoda is up into 11th, up 9 places. Stroll's into 9th, up 10 places. Brilliant from him as well. Alex Albon, they're sitting in 4th quite comfortably. The top 6 still more or less where they are, except Verstappen and Leclerc have switched positions. Verstappen now our race leader with a huge gap already of 1.8, almost 1.9 seconds. As we did more or less expect, the Red Bull would be very, very quick here. But can the Ferrari come back at him? The fact that he's almost 2 seconds, is now 2 seconds behind, suggests that's going to be a bit of a problem for Leclerc for the rest of this race. Fastest lap, though, has just been put in by Carlos Sainz in 17th on those medium tyres. So maybe the Ferrari can find a little bit of pace later on.
I was going to say they're brand new tyres, but they're not because he didn't come into the pits. Well, clearly he doesn't have too much damage, at least from that first lap incident. DRS is now enabled on lap 3 of 50. Verstappen now 2.4 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc. Oh, someone's gone off the road. Yellow flag in sectors 2 and 3.
Oh my word, big
incident. That looks like that's
Norris,
the McLaren.
It's Norris.
It's Lando Norris.
Norris is out of this race.
The wall. Big incident. He's into the runoff zone, but they will have to. It's a full safety car now. Full safety car has been called.
Yeah, so there you go. We said there would be a safety car. Thing is, though, it's quite early onto the race in terms of medium tire runners and things. So I'm not sure we're going to see anybody come into the pits. But that's a big incident there. Lando Norris goes into the runoff area.
He's okay, thank goodness. Lando Norris says he's okay. That looked like a big incident there into the wall.
The interesting thing is he's long way into the runoff area, so I almost feel like he's lost brakes or something.
I was going to say it's possibly a brake failure.
Because it's very, very weird that he's
he's
missing a rear. Yeah, so I don't think he went straight into it. I think
he collided with someone possibly.
Yeah, I think he had damage earlier than that, and as a result could not stop the car from doing anything other than going into the wall ahead of them there. Car's not too badly damaged, but definitely not going to be able to continue here. So luckily not too big an impact for Lando Norris. As we do see some cars in the pits here, we've got Lance Stroll, of course, coming in for the hard tyres here.
3.6 seconds there in the pits. We're watching Carlos Sainz now come into the pits. He was involved in that first lap incident. He's come and put on a set of hard tyres.
Yeah, indeed. So Sainz now on the hard tires, maybe he's seeing this as an opportunity to go for a long stint here and maybe make up as many places as he possibly can. Of course, he does move now behind Sergio Perez. It is a safety car right now. Of course, they're now looking at Lando Norris's car, and he's out of it, and he seems to be absolutely fine. We'll watch a replay very shortly of exactly what happened. Luckily, it shouldn't be difficult to get the car off of the racing line and just go and have a look at those barriers very, very quickly. We shouldn't have the safety car for very long. As we now do get that replay here for Lando Norris. He comes around the fast section there. I think it just goes, he just loses it slightly.
Oh, he does. My word, that is a very strange accident. And then he just slides down the whole wall.
Yeah, indeed. He just keeps sliding the whole way.
He almost takes out his own teammate. That would have been terrible.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lando Norris, they just literally started spinning out as he went around the corner there. I think the tires might be slightly slow.
As you say, in the dirty air, low tire temperature, yeah, very difficult.
Yeah, as I said, not luckily too big an impact for him, but very disappointing for McLaren, of course, who started so far back. Managed to make up quite a few places as a result of that lap 1 incident, but now Lando Norris is out. Watching a replay as well of Lewis Hamilton, just seeing that incident ahead of him, does very well to avoid.
Ooh, he does hit a piece of carbon.
Just dives off early into one of the corners there, just saying, no, he's not going to risk.
He said it hit his front wing, some of the debris, so he was just asking them to check that, but I'm pretty sure Hamilton should be fine. Lando Norris now does get into the car of that medical team. At least he will make his way back to the grid now.
Well, what I'm going to say now is a very interesting thing here. With this incident means that Verstappen and Leclerc are going to be battling in the restart, because Leclerc seems to be going around quicker. The Ferraris are going around a little bit quicker, as the fastest laps have been put in by both the Ferrari drivers so far. So he seemingly has the pace to get around quickly. Can he get ahead of Verstappen at any point under the safety car restart?
He should be able to. I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult for Max Verstappen to hold on too much to Leclerc with that top-end speed. Waiting for Leclerc's radio. They've spoken with the stewards about that lap 1 incident between himself and Verstappen, and Leclerc's being told to hold position, essentially, by the FIA. So they're not investigating it. That's
absolutely bizarre. You do have to wonder why they wouldn't even look at the incident itself. It is, I wouldn't call it a racing incident. It's a difficult one. I think that's going to be a little bit of a contentious thing afterwards. But nonetheless, we're going to watch another replay of this race start. Let's see exactly what that is here. I'm just seeing, of course, Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Just watch exactly what happened. Does Mr. Max Verstappen actually lock up? Doesn't, you know. He doesn't lock up.
You can't say that, though, from a helicopter point of view. You have to watch the driver's perspective to see what their hands are doing.
So watching Fernando Alonso, of course, who was one of the main instigators for that lap 1 incident, he tries to go on the inside. He has a brilliant start, but then just goes too late on the brakes and just
gets a bit close to some other drivers, and then gets spun around and gets greeted by Valtteri Bottas, who rams him twice.
Indeed. And both of them looking at each other saying, well, who's doing what here, mate?
And eventually he reverses.
I think you're certainly going to see some memes there from this guy saying, hello.
Can't park there, mate.
So Valtteri Bottas's angle on this, he just comes around the corner.
He has a clean start and then just gets met by a spinning Aston Martin. Not his fault at all. He tries to get around and then unfortunately takes a second stab. Watching from Sergio Perez's point of view, he also lost out, broke his front wing from this first lap incident. I wonder if he hits into, he hits into the back of the Alfa Romeo, that's the car.
Indeed. So we're still under safety car conditions right now. Please, guys, like and subscribe to the video and subscribe to the channel. Of course, we are growing quite quickly here. And watching Carlos Sainz's start here, he does have a little bit of contact with the Mercedes. They're lucky he gets going a little bit, sooner than the rest of the cars there. But not a great start for him either there. He's now finding himself all the way down in 17th position. We're on lap 5 of 50 in Las Vegas, and it's been chaos so far.
It has been chaos from the opening lap all the way till now. It's been a very difficult Grand Prix for drivers. I think because of the temperature, they're really struggling to keep their tires up to temperature, and that's possibly why Lando Norris lost the car. I think with a mixture of following his teammate in the dirty air as well as tires just not being up to temperature yet. Yeah. Makes sense. It was right after the restart, so yeah, difficult.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So, I mean, we're going to see what happens now in this restart. Hamilton is being told that the car is okay with regards to the damage he thought he might have had. That was from the Carlos Sainz tag to his back left tire.
As well as the debris from Lando Norris's car hitting his front wing.
Yeah, so it seems like the car is absolutely fine, so luckily he can carry on. He's down in 12th still. Piastri is now ahead of him, of course, after that lap 1 incident. Piastri has put himself in a very favorable position for the rest of this Grand Prix. He started right at the back and will now be starting quite far forward. So good for him. He's very close to the points already. He just needs to have a very good race strategy. Yuki Tsunoda also very favorably up into 10th from 20th position. So he's had a great start there. Ocon as well up into 7th. So the Alpines now firmly in the top 10. Those Williams drivers still going quite well in 5th and 6th. Let's see what happens, though, between the front three. Verstappen, Leclerc, and Russell. Leclerc with the fastest lap of the race so far. The Sainz had it before, so seemingly the Ferraris have the pace right now. But can Leclerc battle with Verstappen at the restart?
I think it should be a pretty good restart for Charles Leclerc. He's going to be following very closely to Verstappen. I can only imagine. His car also has the top-end speed, but critically for Max Verstappen, they won't enable the DRS for another 3 laps.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's ending the safety car. Yes, so let's see what happens with regards to the start here. And can Charles Leclerc get ahead of Max Verstappen? Can Max Verstappen hold off from the Ferrari behind him?
As they come past the Las Vegas sphere now, halfway through the circuit, and then we should see them come down that Las Vegas straight relatively soon and finish up the lap. And then we can get that race restart.
So looking at the grid right now, everybody in the top 9 are on medium tires. Then from the rest of the grid, we see hards and softs being used from a lot. And we see huge names throughout this whole Grand Prix. In all the pit boxes, there are some massive names and big name celebrities.
Well, Kylie Minogue was one of the opening acts of the Formula One opening ceremony. So very cool to see her still in the Red Bull pit garage, one of their guests for the race weekend.
Indeed. So safety car is currently ending. I think Ocon's gone into the pits. He's just dropped a position, which he shouldn't have under safety car conditions.
Verstappen on the radio. What happened in turn 1 is now actually supposedly being investigated.
I thought it might well be because it was a bit of an odd instance. So I think Ferrari have just been appealing that to the FIA in the background, and I think now they are looking at it.
But Red Bull have told Verstappen we're not going to give that position back.
Well, obviously it's still being investigated,
yes,
so
exactly.
they'll only tell him when he needs to get that position back. And safety car is of course in green flag. So Max Verstappen, when does he now take it?
They're still coming down the Las Vegas straight, so they still have quite some time to pull the trigger before they get to that start-finish line. Max Verstappen does.
He now releases, and now Charles Leclerc is right.
Released yet, I don't think. Has he?
I think he has. Yes, he has.
Charles Leclerc gets caught off guard a little bit there.
I think he locked up quite badly into that turn there, so he's lost a lot of time already to Max Verstappen.
But now George Russell is now going to be smelling a whiff of second place.
Indeed. So now we're looking at Gasly, Albon, and Sargent, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're also starting to climb on those top runners. Russell now getting close to the back of Leclerc. Verstappen very firmly in the lead now.
Piastri makes a move now on Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda, having made a brilliant amount of places up, he started in P20. He's now in P11.
Yeah, he's now in P11. As a result of that overtake, Alonso's also taken Sainz down in 17th position. So Alonso's got ahead of the Ferrari there. So we'll follow that closely. Now, can Alonso and Perez battle it out, maybe looking at the back? They're still trying to find some heat in those tires at the back there. You can see people weaving about, just trying to get those tires warm on the straights there. Carlos Sainz takes that position back from Fernando Alonso. I think the tires are just a little bit cold.
Very interesting to see here that Yuki Tsunoda got overtaken by Oscar Piastri on hards. Yuki Tsunoda was on softs.
Yeah, I think soft tires are just pointless at this point. I think also the soft tires really do need to get a lot more heat. And that's also the other problem with regards to the tire choices here. Leclerc's already dropped almost 2 seconds behind Verstappen. Russell, however, is within, or actually, having said that's now also dropped about 1.2 seconds to Leclerc ahead of him.
Is within DRS range of George Russell. There isn't DRS just yet, but Gasly is really starting to challenge off the back of Russell. What can they do down this DRS straight?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously there's no DRS yet, but it's such a long straight, of course, when they come around the back, the Las Vegas strip part, that you can follow quite closely, even without DRS for quite a while. So let's see how people fare in terms of Lewis Hamilton here. He's chasing Yuki Tsunoda as well. Look at that, and the hard tires gets up huge amounts of time on Yuki Tsunoda, who's on those soft tires. So clearly
there might be some graining already on those softs. So clearly the softs are not favorable for today at all. As Max Verstappen now sets the fastest lap of the race with 140.785, a new track record.
every fastest lap will be a new track record of the course today.
That's
so we'll see how quickly we can get up as Lewis Hamilton now makes a move on Yuki Tsunoda, but Yuki Tsunoda defending quite well, but Lewis Hamilton eventually gets past him.
Does he make it stick? Yes, he does on Yuki Tsunoda. Brilliant move on those hard tyres. Critical to get it done before that long straight.
Interestingly, as Alex Albon is getting very close to the back of Gasly, as Piastri now moves ahead of Hulkenberg into 9th. Penalty to Max Verstappen for that lap 1 instant.
How many seconds?
A penalty. Turn 1 instant for Max Verstappen has been given a penalty now. We don't know how many seconds. They've not told us.
But what have they been given? They haven't told us what they've been given.
A penalty has been given to Max Verstappen. We don't know how. Is it a drive-through? Is it
a 3-second penalty, a 5-second penalty, a drive-through penalty, a 10-second penalty? It could be anything. At the moment, he's 2.1 seconds ahead.
No, they've said Stewart's lap 1 is
5-second
penalty for Verstappen. So Leclerc's in with a small chance. Problem is Verstappen will get that gap up as a result of the penalty. He'll be told about it. He'll probably moan about it on the radio as well. To be fair, any driver would. But he's still currently in first. The interesting thing there is he's not been told to give the position back. Been told rather a 5-second penalty.
There's apparently an amazing fight happening at the moment between Perez, Alonso, and Sainz, which is not being shown on Formula One TV.
Well, you can just see how close they are all together there. Alonso's got ahead of Sainz again.
I think I'm actually going to I'm going to supersede the Formula One TV cameras, and I'm going to go and jump on with the driver, which we can actually do. If you don't mind.
No, go for it.
Let's see what Sainz is doing out on circuit. They are following quite close as they come towards that start-finish straight. They're getting really all close together into turn 1. Will they be able to make a move, though, as they continue?
Indeed. So, I mean, look, Alonso's managed to get past Sainz a couple of times now. Sainz made it back at Alonso previously, but Alonso seems to be getting a little bit of a bigger gap to Sainz behind him, so I'm not sure Sainz is going to be able to get too close to the back of Alonso, though he is gaining quite quickly down these straights. Alonso also right on the back of Sergio Perez. So a great battle here in the
bit of a DRS train, but I think it's going to get very interesting once they come down that Las Vegas strip, which is where they're about to come in the next few corners. So we'll hold on with them for a few more moments, and then we'll continue with the world feed.
Indeed. So looking here at how close they all are right at the back of this grid here. Now it comes onto that main straight just before this turn here. I think they get onto it. And yeah, here we go. And how closely can all the drivers follow each other down the Las Vegas strip as they come down it now? Well, they come through one more.
Last braking zone. Now they come through. This is where Lando Norris lost it. Carlos Sainz in a really good position. Is DRS though enabled this lap? I think it may be. He's quite in a very good position off the back of Fernando Alonso. But Fernando Alonso is off the back of Sergio Perez. Will he be able to gain enough before the braking zone? He's gaining really quickly. That engine rev limiter getting so high. DRS is open, but Fernando Alonso
just defends a little bit from
to the inside, and Carlos Sainz does have to just concede for now.
Yeah, so currently right now, the DRS helping Alonso as well as Sainz in terms of that battle, but Alonso's got DRS on Perez ahead of him. Looking at the top there, of course, Gasly, Albon, Sargent, all still in 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Oscar Piastri, lining up a move at the moment on Nico Hulkenberg. On Kevin Magnussen for P8. He does get that move done now into turn 1. He's really doing so well on that set of new hards.
It's such a pity that the McLarens qualified poorly yesterday, because you can see they have a lot of pace to give for themselves. Though, can Magnussen come back at Piastri? As he dives down his inside with DRS, he's going to get past him as well. So Piastri's going to have to try again throughout the rest of this lap.
Sergio Perez now
has been overtaken by Alonso.
No, it's Stroll. Alonso is still behind him.
Oh,
that's Lance Stroll.
So Perez trying to get past Lance Stroll.
Sergio Perez is currently in an Aston Martin sandwich.
Yeah, so the Aston Martin's right around him. Stroll and Alonso both on those hard tyres as well as Perez. And we're seeing here Perez trying to get past Stroll, but struggling, and also coming under huge pressure from Alonso behind him. They are all within basically a second of the whole 3, let alone of each other. So
Max Verstappen, though, is not extending his gap to Leclerc. It's 2.0 now.
And looking at Oscar Piastri, of course, trying to get past Magnussen, I think he will make that move stick very, very shortly. Interestingly, again, he's on hards versus Magnussen's medium, so hard tyre must be the one.
Clearly, that hard tyre is performing much, much better. We're waiting to see if Pierre Gasly is going to make a move. He's starting to challenge off the back of George Russell. He's 0.2 off the back of him now. Really, really performing quite well, as Oscar Piastri has now gotten ahead of Kevin Magnussen.
Yes, indeed. So he managed to get ahead of him here. Hamilton's inside a Haas sandwich as well. He's in 10th right now. And the fastest lap has just been put in by Charles Leclerc, but now it's been taken away.
Daniel Ricciardo gets ahead of Yuki Tsunoda now.
Daniel Ricciardo does get ahead of him. So Yuki Tsunoda is really dropping quickly on those softs. He needs to come into the pits here. As we're seeing some overtakes coming.
Sergio Perez gets past Lance Stroll, I think, just gets caught out a little bit into that penultimate corner.
And Alonso's now trying to take his own teammates into the turn 1 as well. He's running his inside. Let's hope they don't clash.
His teammates almost pushed him into the wall. That was so close.
And as I said, Yuki Tsunoda needs to come into the pits. He does indeed. They've realized the mistake they've made, and he now comes into the pits. What will happen here for Carlos Sainz? Can he get past Fernando Alonso? He's going to go around the inside. He does get past him.
And Sainz, yes. Sainz seeing that Fernando Alonso got out of sorts there from his teammates, just boxing him up a little bit. And now he's been able to get that position back.
Yeah, very, very good from Carlos Sainz to get past Fernando Alonso. Again, watching another replay, of course, of Piastri getting past that Haas of Kevin Magnussen. He goes around the outside on the Las Vegas strip straight with DRS as well, and comfortably gets past him way before coming into even the braking zone. Hamilton as well, watching a replay of him as he gets past one of the other Haases, I think it is. He gets past Nico Hülkenberg, rather, and he pushes himself into the points further into the ninth.
Mercedes has great straight line speed. Just watching this restart. Leclerc said it was dangerous from Verstappen as he accelerated and then braked for the braking zone, and says it was dangerous. I think he's just trying to get an extra penalty for Verstappen. But he's closing in on him. It's currently 1.8 seconds. Verstappen has the fastest lap, but Leclerc is eating away at that gap.
I think the Ferraris are matching the pace of the Red Bulls. Once they've got heat into those tires, the Ferraris have then got the pace. I think that's the thing. The Red Bulls tires don't need to be as warm for them to get a little bit more pace. So once the Ferraris tires,
their tires quicker.
Yeah, so the tires for the Ferraris are now a little bit warmer, and now Leclerc is starting to slowly eke away at that gap ahead of him. So he's still technically preliminarily in first as a result of Verstappen's 5-second penalty. Now, can Verstappen serve that 5-second penalty in the pits? I'm sure he will. So will he try and get a big gap to Leclerc behind him, or will he just not? I suppose these are all the things that you have to look at. Looking at the current tyres across the grid, mediums across the top 7, then Piastri and Hamilton on those hards. Piastri going about very well in 8th position. Hamilton as well, closing in on those ahead. And I think people will realize that the hard tyre is seemingly very, very good for this race.
Yes, I think that's definitely going to be the preferable tyre for the rest of the stints. Everyone is pretty much going to go off these mediums and go on to hards off of the data that they've seen from everyone else. Just watching a replay of this overtake from Lewis Hamilton on Nico Hülkenberg, he made it look so easy down that
I think this is actually now on Kevin Magnussen. This is the other fast driver. Yeah, he's already made
now he's got Piastri ahead of him.
Indeed. So doing very well as Lewis Hamilton on those hard tyres. He's moved further into the points. He now sits in 9th position behind Piastri, who's in 8th. Piastri now looking to take Ocon next. Ocon, who's found himself up in 7th out of nowhere. Will Piastri be able to get past him?
Sergio Perez now trying to make a move on this Haas ahead of him. Is this Hülkenberg? It is Hülkenberg for 12th place. Sergio Perez trying to get further up the grid. He does get that move stuck.
And Stroll gets past Ricciardo. Sorry, down further behind him. Stroll gets past Ricciardo. Sainz now has to try and get past Ricciardo himself. And Alonso getting very close to the back of Sainz. So the midfield is very exciting right now. As we're watching now that battle with Carlos Sainz. Will he make a move on Daniel Ricciardo? He's very close to the back of him.
They're so close. Carlos Sainz coming onto the radio saying we need action to cool the car, being told by the engineers. Then saying I'm on it. I think they've put too much or too little cooling on the car for this race weekend, expecting it to be extremely cold.
I think the problem as well right now for Carlos Sainz, he's got a lot of dirty air. He's got cars right ahead of him. So right now, when he's making all these overtakes, they didn't expect to make this many overtakes or follow this closely for this long. So I basically think he's been told he needs to make overtakes very, very quickly here so that he can cool the car down a little bit. He does now get past Daniel Ricciardo, of course.
And has some clean air for a little bit at least as well.
So Alonso, how quickly can he get past Daniel Ricciardo? Ricciardo struggling a little bit. That Alpha tyres really has been struggling this weekend. Yuki Tsunoda down in last place.
He's also on those medium tyres, which are really struggling out here today.
Yeah, hards are certainly the ones to go for. So when will the top runners go in for the hards? I think they'll wait till about lap 20 perhaps. Want to see the grading as well of these tyres because maybe they can see it as a one-stop.
We'll just have to wait for some onboards of the front runners. Max Verstappen, though, has opened up that gap a little bit again to 2.1 seconds, but still not ages away from Charles Leclerc. Certainly not within that 5-second time penalty gap that he wants to build.
No, Leclerc sticking to that 2 second, as is Russell also
within
2 seconds
2
behind
seconds
him.
again, 1.8 now.
Yeah, so Leclerc, as I say, sticking to around about 2 seconds behind Verstappen, who's in first there. Who still has the fastest lap of the day, but I think he's just improved upon it. So, but having said that, then Charles Leclerc also does. So, Alonso now does get past Ricciardo down in 15th position, so he moves up the grid a little bit quicker here. Leclerc's fastest lap now is a 138.4. And a new fastest lap has just been put in by Lewis Hamilton, who's on hard tires. Again, a 138.445. And now another one. It's the lap times are changing everywhere. Perez in 12th with a new fastest lap. The hard tires now beating the medium tires. So I think they're going to note the pace is being lost by these medium tires. Who's going to be the first one to come in for those hard tires? I think that's going to be the question in terms of near the top there. Verstappen, of course, might well serve a penalty when he comes into the pits. So will he try and make up a gap? Will he try and stay out there as long as possible? Will he come in early to try and undercut Leclerc, of course, later on? But then he comes out in traffic.
Getting past now? This is Esteban Ocon getting past Logan Sargent. Esteban Ocon
Brilliant
saw a door open from Logan Sargent and just absolutely muscled his way through. Yellow flag in sector 2.
He had a yellow flag.
Don't know what that's for.
I think somebody went into the runoff area. It's now green, so I think there was definitely somebody off into the runoff area. Let's see who's dropped. Hulkenberg's dropped quite far down. I think it was Hulkenberg who went down into it. So the lap window is, of course, open for those who are on the medium tires.
Pit window is open, yes.
Pit window, sorry. And in lap 14 to 23. So I did say, when will those medium tire runners come in? I think they might come in earlier than later.
Well, it depends on how their tires are doing. If they still feel comfortable on them, or if they're not getting caught by those behind, then they should be able to stay out for a little bit. But you have to think, what is going to happen now with these hard tire runners who are finding a lot of pace? Sergio Perez trying to overtake now, but has two drivers in his way. Will he be able to get at least past one? He does, but very, very tight there as he tries to get past a Haas and a Alfa Romeo. Watching Lewis Hamilton trying to get past one of the
Sargent's dropping very quickly on these medium tires. The medium tire runners need to come in. He's dropping very, very quickly here. He's dropped from literally 6th position all the way down to 9th already. Perez, oh my word, I think Magnussen's in the pits here. That's what's happened there. But yeah, Perez now moves into 10th as a result. Zhou's behind him. Stroll trying to chase down Zhou ahead of him. Watching that replay of Perez just behind Zhou and Magnussen, who are fighting together. Zhou trying to get past Magnussen, unable to do so.
And then Sergio Perez trying to get past both of them.
I know, you just see Zhou gets ahead of Magnussen temporarily, but then just doesn't have the pace when the Haas decides to come back at him. Perez then takes Zhou as a result, and Zhou actually, in fact, drops a position when trying to make an overtake. And now Perez has also got past Magnussen as Magnussen's into the pits, and Alonso puts a new fastest lap at 137.9, the first 137s of today.
Alonso is starting to catch up to the back of Carlos Sainz. He's within a second to him, so he should be able to hold on to him and just drag along, hopefully up the top 10.
Yeah, so I mean, Piastri's doing very well up in 7th right now, of course, on those hard tires. Hamilton, though, catching him very slowly but surely. Leclerc as well, chasing Verstappen for first. The current interval is also very interesting to note. It's still at around just under 2. Oh, my word. It's
Russell's
in the DRS.
Box.
Leclerc is within DRS range of Verstappen. Will
That's
Verstappen
come out of nowhere.
Will Verstappen just suddenly go into the pits right now? I think Leclerc's been told to push to come into the pits. Then they want to try and undercut Verstappen because he's going to serve that penalty. So he wants to try and make sure he gets as far ahead of him as possible. Interesting tactics here from Ferrari.
He hasn't come into the pits. He's just pushing.
Leclerc's pushing hard. He's now got, should he have DRS range on Verstappen as he comes around these turns. Let's see what happens here for Charles Leclerc, who still has a 5-second buffer on Verstappen ahead of him.
George Russell now on the pits, though. Let's see how long this takes for him.
I reckon we'll see some pit stops here from Verstappen and Leclerc. Russell goes into the pits. How good a pit is it? It's very quick there, 2.5.
2.5 seconds. He was apparently struggling as Charles Leclerc looks to make a move now on Max Verstappen. Will he make it stick? No, he doesn't. Verstappen just defends it off. But
the back straight, I think when he comes around the Las Vegas strip, you're probably going to see Leclerc make a move on Verstappen. So he's getting very close to the back of Verstappen out of nowhere. He made up 2 seconds very, very quickly. He's within half a second of Verstappen ahead of him.
0.3 now.
I mean, he's right on the back of him. As soon as the DRS can get open on the back straight, I think Charles Leclerc will move into first. How hard will Verstappen defend from Leclerc behind him? Because he's, of course, got that 5-second penalty,
yes.
and he needs to think about that as well. As they now do come into that point, Verstappen on the radio being told, my tyres are going to get really, really crap, basically, mate, telling his engineer. So he wants to come into the pits as soon as possible. Leclerc noting that he wants to try and get ahead of Verstappen.
They're coming down the Las Vegas strip, and I do see Charles Leclerc slowly pulling him in. Will he be able to make a move, though, before this DRS? I mean, before this braking zone, he's going to try and make the move down the inside. He does make a stick now on Max Verstappen.
Lets him pass, though. Verstappen easily, definitely says, you can go past me. He's going to go into the pits here. Now, does Charles Leclerc go into the pits as well? I think that's going to be an interesting thing because he will come out ahead of Verstappen because Verstappen will probably serve that penalty in the pits now.
Verstappen does dive into the pits.
Leclerc
will they be able
not.
to make an undercut, though? Average pit stop is 21 seconds here. Will they take the 5 seconds in the pits? Or will they take it after the race?
Well, let's see here. I think they're going to take the pits. They're not working on the car straight away.
2, 3, 4, 5. and then the tires come off the car.
Very quick for a penalty stop. 7.7 seconds is brilliant. Means the actual pit stop was 2.7 seconds. So that's brilliant from Red Bull there. Alex Albon and Piastri also now into the pits. Verstappen comes out around about in 11th position here. So
he falls behind Russell.
He does fall behind Russell, of course, as a result of that penalty.
Critical.
So Leclerc, will he come to the pits right now? I'm sure he will. And Hamilton's got a puncture. That's very interesting. Hamilton's dropping. You can see he's dropping. I think there was a little bit of contact. He did try to take Piastri.
Just watching, yes, he did try to take Piastri. Did they get caught up here?
Oh,
he does. He catches Piastri's front tire, and that's just he's destroyed Piastri's tire.
Piastri's also got big damage. Piastri's off into the pits as well. Luckily, Piastri was right there by the pit lane, of course. So Piastri's got into the pits, but unfortunately, his race is a little bit ruined. Lewis Hamilton's dropping,
could have run for quite some time now on those tires. That has completely destroyed his race, and he comes back out in 16th. Hamilton, though, falling down the order.
Yes, indeed. And Sainz goes past Hamilton. Hamilton's really struggling out there. It's oh my word. He can't turn. And here goes Alonso around Hamilton, and Russell now as well, who's just going to the pits as well. So Hamilton really desperately needs to get to the pits. And Leclerc, will he get into the pits right now? He needs to, so that he can hopefully stay ahead of not just Verstappen, but Russell as well. I think Hamilton having these issues here might actually assist Leclerc because, of course, there could be a lot of damage out on track. And the car's not stopping. So he's been basically saying the brakes are really struggling as well as a result of the puncture. So he's struggling out there. Lewis Hamilton needs to get to the pits.
Through turn one. Fine, yes, he does. I think he does hold someone up, though, into that braking zone. He's holding up Verstappen.
That's what I'm saying. It suits Leclerc because Hamilton has unfortunately got damage. Leclerc's not going to be benefiting from this.
Yeah.
He has not come into the pits to Leclerc. So they're going for a longer strategy, I think.
No, because he's been told that Verstappen has now been held up. Verstappen was 1-point-something seconds behind Russell. He's now 3.7.
Yeah, I mean, that's really not gone well for Red Bull's race. Verstappen losing time, and of course, he lost time with that penalty. Race controls noted an incident involving Piastri and Hamilton for causing a collision. I don't think anything will be further because Hamilton was making the overtake on Piastri. Piastri has to turn it eventually because otherwise he hits the wall. And Hamilton, unfortunately, collides with Piastri a little bit as he makes the overtake. 6.3 seconds pit stop to fix Hamilton's car is not too bad, actually, in fact. And just watching how he has to take that turn early there because of the lack of grip he's got from that puncture.
He's just not able to slow his car down is the issue. So he just had no choice but to try and cut the corner or hit the wall.
Well, I mean, he goes and hits one of those little beacons things, which is what I do in F1 all the time. So good to see the professionals do it as well. I take good... I'm very happy about that. Verstappen's ninth now, of course, behind Russell. He's 2.7 seconds. He's already made up pretty much a second to Russell ahead of him. And Sergio Perez now makes an overtake on Ocon to move into second place right now. Of course, it's a bit of a sort of second. Of course, he's going to have to come into the pits and he'll come out later on. But so far, a good race for Sergio Perez. He's moving through the good quite well. Ocon up in third on the mediums. Surely Leclerc comes into the pits very, very shortly, though.
I agree with Leonardo Longhi there in the comment section saying this is the Las Chaos Grand Prix. It really is.
I don't mind it so far. It's provided a lot of interest. I mean, we've had a crash from Lando Norris. We've had some contact from Alonso and Bottas and from Hamilton and Piastri. And we've had interesting time penalties being given to Verstappen. Verstappen's been held up by Hamilton.
Turn 14 incident involving Piastri and Hamilton has been reviewed and no further investigation is necessary.
Yeah, I did say that nothing would really happen. I think it would just be a racing incident because Piastri's got nowhere to go. So, yeah, as a result, there's no further investigation. Both drivers, unfortunately, losing out, though, Piastri and Hamilton having to come into the pits prematurely as a result of that contact. Piastri also had a bit of damage himself. So, looking at the grid right now, Carlos Sainz is up into 5th position.
Zhou Guanyu's struggling on his mediums. He's still out there on those tires. He's actually on hards, but he's really, really struggling out on circuit. He's darting all over the place.
It's why I wonder why Leclerc wouldn't be coming into the pits very shortly. I think the medium tires are much slower than those hards. He really wants to make sure he gets out there.
He should come out ahead of Zhou.
Problem is, I'm sure they're checking Russell's time. Russell's trying to get past Zhou, of course. He's being held up by Zhou. This also benefits Leclerc because Russell now is holding up Verstappen. Look at how Verstappen's made up so much time to Russell as a result of Russell getting held up by Zhou. So Leclerc will stay ahead of Zhou at least when he comes out. So I think the Ferrari's strategy here could be very, very good. They can hold him on the medium tire for even longer, even though he's losing pace.
George Russell now getting past Zhou Guanyu. Next up on the road for Zhou is Max Verstappen, who is starting to breathe down on his neck.
Yeah, so I think now Leclerc will be pushed into the pits because as much as Russell's been held up, he's now going to, of course, get a little bit of better breathing room. He's got Alonso ahead of him. He's got more pace on those hard tires. So Leclerc will surely come into the pits now so that he can come out ahead of everybody. He'll come out probably ahead of Russell.
Sorry, Mark. Joke when you started on these hards.
Yeah.
So that's why he's struggling so much.
Yeah, that's what I say. So Zhou's struggling here in terms of older tires. And Max Verstappen now tries to get past him, but he's being held up. As I say, this all benefits Ferrari. This all benefits Leclerc. So Leclerc will surely come into the pits now, because only now will you see the pace from these two.
Verstappen attempting to get past him in the DRS zone. Will he make it move? No, he doesn't. Just too far back.
Yellow flag in sector 2. That's green. Somebody's gone into the runoff, I think, or maybe a little bit of debris. Let's see, has anybody dropped down? I think it might have actually been... no, I don't know who it is. We'll find a replay of that very shortly.
Verstappen is really getting held up here by Zhou. Zhou has now already dropped 2 seconds to George Russell.
Yeah, so Verstappen really... And Zhou's still challenging Verstappen. Verstappen really struggling to get past him. Eventually he does. And Verstappen's going to be very angry about this. Got held up by Hamilton, got held up by Zhou.
I thought Verstappen was having a similar moment to Lando Norris there, because he started bottoming out.
WhatsApp happened, apparently. I'm sorry, to Daniel Ricciardo. He's down in 19th, of course. The Alpha Tires just have no pace. I think that's very simply put. A replay here of Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc, of course, getting past Max Verstappen. Watching that, Verstappen basically lets him pass. He pulls to the outside and says, you can carry on. So
I think he didn't want to destroy his tires. He knew he was coming in this lap. His tires were already destroyed. There's no point losing extra time trying to fight.
As a result of now not fighting, Charles Leclerc's got even fresher tires, and he's been held up, has Verstappen, twice, badly. Leclerc just gets all the benefits here. So Verstappen served that penalty, but Leclerc's going to come out with quite a bit of a gap to
Leclerc still
Verstappen.
hasn't come into the pits, though, and Perez is starting to close that gap that he had, though.
I'm sure, as I say, that Leclerc will come into the pits very shortly.
They should have come in a while ago, though.
I think they're going for a one-stop. I'm not sure if Verstappen's going to be able to go for a one-stop by itself. Maybe Leclerc and Ferrari are hoping for a one-stop.
He should come out around Carlos Sainz. With my calculations.
He'll come out, actually, probably behind Alonso. He'll come out just ahead of Russell.
Carlos Sainz, that's 21 seconds.
Yeah, but 21 seconds of time lost, but you still make up a little bit of time. I reckon he'll come out.
It's going to be, they've calculated pit entry and exit 21 seconds.
I suppose they're probably telling Sainz to hold a certain position to make sure that Leclerc can come out in fresh air and make sure Leclerc comes out ahead of him. And then Sainz can be that buffer, of course, so that he can stay out as long as possible to avoid Verstappen gaining any extra time, because Verstappen and Russell are much fresher tires than those at the front there. Alonso, Sainz, Stroll, Perez, all on the same pretty much age tires as Leclerc. Leclerc now being told to box. So hopefully this is a good pit stop for him. The gap to Leclerc to Verstappen is 27.8 seconds. So looking at that,
Verstappen's lost 6 seconds.
Yeah. Well, he lost the 5 seconds that he would have from the penalty. So
and then another second for the fighting with Russell and Zhou. Where is he at the moment, though? He's still behind George Russell, 2 seconds behind him.
And George Russell's now being held up by Alonso ahead of him. Alonso just defending from George Russell. Alonso much older hard tires. Russell desperately trying to get past Alonso. He moves to Alonso's inside. Will he get past him? No, not quite. Just having a look. And Alonso just also doing very well to help Leclerc.
Here comes Leclerc coming out the pits.
Slow pit stop, 3.9 seconds.
And he gets taken by Stroll. So he comes out in third, where I thought he might. But where does Verstappen come? He puts in the fastest lap now.
Yeah, and Sainz, of course, is going to act as that buffer to Leclerc behind him. So Sainz is going to play a very crucial team role here, knowing that his race is quite difficult to get a lot of points. So he's going to have to help Leclerc get that pole. He's going to have to do a Sergio Perez and defend like hell on all hard tires from what will be George Russell and Verstappen behind him. More importantly, Verstappen probably back themselves against George Russell. Against Verstappen, though, not so sure.
I think this race could still go anyone's way. If there's a safety car right now, Perez is in the best contention to take the lead.
Exactly.
Because if he dives into the pits, you only lose half that time. He could still come out ahead of Stroll and hold on to first place.
It's very true. Yuki Tsunoda is now eventually back into the pits. 2.4 seconds for him. The Alpha tire is really struggling at the back of the grid there. Hamilton on medium tires this time. They chose to put him back out on mediums, which was very odd for me, and he's very far back now, of course. His race is a little bit ruined by that contact with Piastri. Nobody's fault, but his race is certainly pretty much done. And now George Russell is getting past Alonso eventually. He does make that move stick. Alonso, will he follow closely? Will he try and come back at him?
Will he try and
here comes Verstappen as well. Verstappen, he does try to defend from Verstappen, goes to the outside there and comes back in. So Verstappen just struggling now to get past Alonso. He can't afford to wait too long behind him. And Verstappen's race today, not easy for him so far. Nico Hülkenberg, meanwhile, making an overtake on Hamilton. That was on Bottas.
Will Verstappen make this move stick now onto turn 1 on Fernando Alonso? He does make a move stick there. Fernando Alonso doesn't put up too much of a fight. They are friends off the racetrack, and I'm sure he did not want to get too involved in this fight that is brewing between Verstappen and Russell.
No, indeed.
And then the ones ahead of him.
And now Sainz has also got a bit of a gap to Russell. You can see that it's a little bit of a gap that's opened up there, and it's so crucial now for Sainz to stay there. And when George Russell eventually catches up to him, to essentially properly slow him down and make sure that Russell and Verstappen start fighting, essentially, because they can use up their tires a lot quicker. As I say, it's so crucial. Sainz can literally determine whether Leclerc wins this race or not, because Sainz can essentially force Russell and Verstappen into a battle, into a fight, as well as slow them down. So it's all about Carlos Sainz, funny enough, who had his weekend rather ruined by the FIA and his penalty, but now can play the team game to ensure Ferrari win the weekend. All crucial down to Sainz.
Problem is, does he want to play that team game, or does he want to win the race?
Sainz can't win from here unless there's a safety car, but I think Sainz will surely know at the moment you've got a role to play.
Will Verstappen now make a move on George Russell as they're coming down that Las Vegas strip? DRS is now opening. Verstappen is 0.4 seconds behind George Russell, and we know they have such great straight line speed. Will he try and make a move stick? Too far back, unfortunately, into turn 14.
And the interesting thing is George Russell, crucially for himself, is getting quite close to the back of Carlos Sainz as well, which is just going to cause problems for Verstappen behind him as well. Again, it's all about Sainz right now. We've got a whole lot of people joining us in the comments. Great to have you guys all here. We've got Ike44 and Rydar again, also asking a few questions, saying hello, guys. But Verstappen trying to get close to George Russell. Russell's right on the back of Sainz already.
He takes a different line into turn 1, hoping to get a little bit more momentum. Watching this pit stop from Charles Leclerc, was it a bad pit stop?
His front right was slow. So it says 3.9 seconds. He lost a lot of time there that they wouldn't have wanted to lose. That's why I say Sainz needs to play the team game here.
And
he's got George Russell right behind him.
On his tires. A lot of graining on Carlos Sainz's tires at the moment.
How long can he stay ahead of George Russell? Of course, he's going to come around some fast sections here. George Russell's gaining a lot of time on Sainz ahead of him. He's only 0.5 seconds behind him. Verstappen 0.4 behind Russell. So how can Sainz's tires fare in a battle here?
Verstappen is getting ready close to the back.
Russell's making a move on Sainz. Sainz goes to defend him. You can see Sainz trying to play that team game there. He makes sure he keeps Russell on the inside and does well there temporarily. We're trying to see what's happening here. Sainz still not holding off, and he's done well. Now
Max Verstappen is starting to see that there's an opportunity for him. Will he be able to now be close enough to really challenge, as he's 0.3 behind George Russell? But George Russell now really gaining on Carlos Sainz.
Carlos Sainz playing a defensive game here. He's trying to stick to the inside line. He's going to try and hold Russell there. How long can he keep him there? He's not really going to be able to.
Will Verstappen now be able to get past Carlos Sainz? He's gaining on him down this Las Vegas strip. He does get past him into the braking zone.
But Sainz is going to challenge him a little bit there. Oh, my word. Sainz, unfortunately, couldn't hold them for too long. His tires were just a little bit far too gone, and that straight is so long. Unfortunately, that's all Sainz could do, really. Now, it's all back to Leclerc, whose gap to Russell behind him is only 2.5 seconds.
Not big enough. Not what he would have hoped. So it's 3 seconds, I guess, to Max Verstappen, who is half a second off the back of George Russell. Mark Thompson asking who the American Formula 1 driver is. That is currently Logan Sargent. He's in P13.
Indeed. So, yeah, Sargent down in P13. The two Williams in 12th and 13th now. Looking here, can Verstappen get past Russell? He's making a move to the outside, just having a little glance. Fastest lap now being put on by Ocon, of all drivers, the Alpine in 11th on those hard tires. He's got much fresher tires than most of the grid. And the battle now is going to be happening between Russell and Verstappen. Now, crucially for Leclerc again, although having said this, Russell seems to be
holding Verstappen
up. So, crucially for Leclerc, they're going to start battling for fourth. Now, how hard does Russell fight this battle? I think he's going to be...
Crucially for Charles Leclerc, he's got DRS on Lance Stroll.
And then he'll have Stroll as a buffer as well.
Exactly.
So he needs to get ahead of Stroll as quickly as possible.
Max Verstappen diving to the inside line relatively early here. Will he make a move stick early on George Russell? They collide. Massive damage for the world champion and for George Russell. Max Verstappen continuing along. Has he got too much damage though?
I think Russell took the brunt of the damage there, but Hamilton's, Verstappen's car doesn't look hundreds. That's going to be crucial for Charles Leclerc. He's starting to drop a little bit. Is this time dropping?
He's dropping massively off the back. And now Carlos Sainz gets
past Russell. No, sorry, this is Leclerc getting past Stroll. I don't know why I've come to this angle. But Sainz now gaining very quickly on Russell. I think he's going to get past him. How much damage? Verstappen's dropping off of Sainz. He's got 4 seconds to Sainz. No, he's now made it up. I think he's fine.
Verstappen's fine. He's gaining on Stroll quickly. So Verstappen seems to be scot-free in that incident, but I think it was a racing incident. They were perfectly alongside each other.
And then they're going to see whether or not they got damage. Does Verstappen say he's got damage? Mate, he just turns in on me. Check my tyre front wing. I mean, racing incident for me personally. I think it's just unfortunately they got very, very close. The tyre's okay for now. Stay put for now. So they're still assessing the damage.
He's got good pace. He's really gaining on Lance Stroll ahead of him. 2.9 seconds is that gap. This is crucial for the race, and this is allowing Charles Leclerc to run away a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And George Russell, unfortunately, as a result of that contact, he's also not seemingly too bad. He's still only 1.2 seconds behind, and Sainz still can't quite catch him. So both drivers seem to have escaped it somewhat, but I certainly think that there might be a little bit of damage later on that we might not know about. Watching a replay now again, watching Verstappen go down the inside line. It's a very brave move from Verstappen. He makes it stick more or less, but George Russell's still ahead into turn one. They do just collide a little bit there, and George Russell does very well to miss the wall there as well. Just watching Verstappen's view on this. He goes into turn one here, and yeah, I think George Russell does turn a little bit too hard into Verstappen there. So Verstappen probably certainly the less at fault driver, but the damage does Verstappen do a lot?
He does have damage. That is Max Verstappen's front wing that's broken.
Yeah, Verstappen's got a little bit of damage.
That's an end plate on Verstappen's
yellow flag. Safety car has been called. Safety car has been called for that damage, that's the debris on the track. So that's not good for Charles Leclerc, though. What happens here? I mean,
does Perez dive into the pits?
Does Perez go into the pits? Because Perez, if he goes to the pits
can
now,
hold on to the front of the race and then do the team game for Verstappen.
Or just do this for himself. He could win, yeah.
Box for Verstappen. What tires will they put
He's going to have to get a new front wing on. They're going to get a front wing. No, this is Perez right now. Perez comes in a little bit slow. Actually, what am I talking about? Not that slow at all. I think Leclerc's going into the pits as well. Maybe Carlos Sainz rather.
No, he doesn't. Leclerc stays out.
Leclerc's out. Verstappen's in the pits. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting point of the race.
I think everyone's going to come into the pits.
Well,
everyone's coming
Sainz
into the pits.
is in the pits. Leclerc stayed out. He's back himself.
Leclerc's going to be stuck.
Well, yes and no, because his tyres are not that much older than everybody else's. He's got the newest hard tyres.
Piastri moves up to P4 now. Verstappen exits in P6.
Verstappen trying to get ahead of that Alpine.
He does get ahead of them.
So, I mean, Stroll's pit stop 3.3. Alonso's pit stop 4 seconds slow for the Aston Martins. But Leclerc, how does this work for him now?
Verstappen doesn't take a new front wing. He doesn't.
Got damage. So, let's see if that actually affects him later on in the race.
He's got a broken end plate. If anything, it might actually be an advantage for him.
Problem is with Leclerc, for all that he's on those slightly older hard tyres for himself, you know, the problem is that he's not going to really be able to defend all that much because, yes, there's a little bit of a buffer now to Verstappen behind. It's 3 cars for them to get past, all on fresh tyres now. Perez on fresh hards, Gasly on fresh hards. They're not fresh hards for Gasly and Piastri. So Perez is now going to be the big one for Leclerc to try and hold off from. And with that battle, Verstappen's just going to have an advantage. So Red Bull actually is getting an advantage from the safety car for that damage that's on the track.
Yes.
So for all that, you know, he got turned into, has got a little bit of damage on the car, it's actually somewhat suited them. All depends on how much damage there is to Verstappen.
But he seemed to be catching Lance Stroll, who was in P3 at the time, quite quickly. So, don't know. This is still a long race to go. Lap 27 of 50 at the moment. And we are under safety car conditions, just watching all of the drivers make their way around the circuit. Charles Leclerc leads from Sergio Perez, Pierre Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon in P8, George Russell P9, Carlos Sainz in 10th, Sargent, Alonso, Zhou, and then my timing ball gets taken away from
Watching a replay here of Carlos Sainz when he comes into the pits, as he tries to go in, the Red Bull leaves as he enters. So
that's perfect timing.
It was actually very good timing. He didn't have to really stop. Watching the replay itself, does he get in the way of anybody else? No, he's all good as well. So just interesting to note how that, however,
is not
a safe release. And look at how they fight each other there.
Russell. No, it's not. That's for Stroll
or Aston Martin. Which one is it, Giles? 14, Stroll.
No, it's Alonso. 18 is Stroll. This is Stroll.
Yeah, so I'm saying, looking at Stroll here, slow pit stop for him. As he comes out, he gets very close to...
Yes, it's Stroll who has an unsafe pit release.
Yeah, very close to the Red Bull there. And yeah, very, very interesting there.
Max Verstappen slipping and sliding through the pit exit. Really pushing to try and get ahead of Esteban Ocon there.
Stroll's race has really been done a very big favor by the safety car. He's up into 7th now. Of course, started all the way in 18th. He's up into 7th.
Yes.
And he's on fresh tires with everybody else, so he's now right in the mix of everything. So
I told you
very
that Sergio
interesting.
Perez would dive into the pits. He is in a possibility of taking the race win now.
Yeah, very much so. Leclerc's on ever so slightly older hard tires than Perez, about 3 laps older or 4 laps older. Not too much, luckily, but now it's all about how he can defend from Perez. Perez can now have an opportunity to try and take Leclerc. What happens there? Do they collide? Is there going to be a big battle? Yeah, I think it will be a much bigger battle than most. They have cleared the damage now, so I think the safety car will come in.
Yes, it should come in this lap.
Although, are they done with the damage? Are they walking away completely or just getting out the way?
They're walking away now.
I think, no, there's still a couple of things they want to try and look at. So the safety car is coming through that section right now. Leclerc, of course, leading this Grand Prix. Perez behind him. Gasly's in 3rd. Piastri's in 4th. There's older hard tires, though. Verstappen's in 5th. Ocon 6th. Stroll in 7th. Albon 8th. Russell 9. And Sainz rounding off the top 10 in 10th.
Yes, as the Las Vegas Sphere is being used at the moment as a big safety car flag. It's lit up in yellow and it says safety car underneath it. So some interesting visuals this weekend out here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So the Sphere being used, and as now we see the safety car is ending. So it's all about Leclerc's restart here as well. Does he do the same thing as Max Verstappen? Basically go warm up his tires into that turn, slow down, and then come right out the turn as the drivers behind him get close to the back of him. Leclerc, watching a replay of him, what happens here? Does he get... Ooh, just has a little snap there.
You almost lost it. He's saying and complaining that the tires are really cold now under safety car conditions because they're not getting up to the right speeds that they need to warm these tires up to temperature.
Yeah, so Leclerc needs to be careful here because, of course, the Red Bulls have much better heat in their tires. And look at how close Perez is to the back of Leclerc. Leclerc's got to be careful here. He can't decide to try and go on a turn. He could find a dangerous situation if he does that. But he needs to get these tires very warm. He needs to have a burnout or two. The problem is he can't afford to do it now because they'll see it as starting the race.
Max Verstappen has just been told that he's being investigated for the incident with George Russell. The green flag is now being shown. We're waiting for Charles Leclerc to pounce. Will he do it in a same manner as Max Verstappen did? No, he doesn't. He does it much, much slower. But Max Verstappen getting really close to the back of Oscar Piastri.
Now he goes.
He does now release after that.
He catches Perez, and there's a
Russell
penalty to Russell.
Penalty.
I thought Russell would get that penalty. It'll be a 5 second, I think, for a small instant there. So Russell gets a penalty. 5 seconds.
Perez getting put under a lot of pressure now by Pierre Gasly.
Perez having to defend from Gasly. Gasly getting very close to the back of not what Perez would have wanted in the start here. And Verstappen and Piastri getting very close to each
making
other.
a dive yet again on Logan Sargent into turn 1. This time he does make it stick, unlike that one.
Albon gets ahead of Stroll into 7th. Pierre Gasly trying to fight with Perez. And Piastri, though, coming under big fire from Verstappen behind him.
Ricciardo losing out to Nico Hulkenberg. Max Verstappen trying to get past Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri almost taking himself out, getting past Pierre Gasly. Max Verstappen now has Pierre Gasly ahead of him to get past.
Piastri doing very well to get into 3rd. Now Verstappen trying to get past Gasly, but he's struggling here, and there's a lot of space that's been taken away for Verstappen. This again suits Leclerc, but Leclerc now has Perez in his rearview mirror. Of course, he's 1 second behind him. Verstappen now getting caught up a little bit by Piastri and Gasly's fight. So this sort of suits Leclerc, but Leclerc now going to come under big fire from Perez. Perez 0.6 now.
As Hamilton notes, the wind has picked up. This is going to be interesting to see if wind gusts make things even more difficult for them.
Yeah, so a very interesting race here in Las Vegas. Who knows what's going to happen right now? Perez now trying to chase down Leclerc. Doesn't have DRS yet. He's obviously within DRS range, but DRS will not be enabled for a couple of laps. Leclerc, how far does he stay ahead of Perez? Does Perez catch him easily on the straights or not? Leclerc's holding that gap about 0.6 right now. Race controls noted an unsafe release for Verstappen. They've noted an unsafe release for Verstappen.
That looked safe, though, to me, because Sainz didn't have to lift off the throttle when he got released from the pits.
It's only been noted. Whether or not it'll be investigated, it'll be the next thing. They'll just see whether or not Sainz had to go on to the brakes or not. But I think for now he should be fine. But Perez ever so slightly trying to gain on Leclerc ahead of him, but obviously without DRS it's difficult. No further investigation for Verstappen. So. I did think it was going to be a bit harsh if they looked at that. So all good there. Verstappen can continue. No penalties to him. He's in 5th right now. He's dropped off he's not dropped off. He's still within half a second of Gasly. He's trying to see the inside there, but Gasly's actually doing quite well.
They've got good straight line speed, so this is going to be difficult for him now.
Yeah, so also those tires are not very old for Piastri and Gasly either. They came in a similar time as Leclerc. So everyone's pretty much on quite fresh tires. And Piastri and Gasly here also getting a big benefit from that safety car. Could they hold on to these positions near the top here? Piastri, of course, getting past Gasly early on there was crucial.
And Verstappen, of course, has that broken front wing, which is also hampering him.
Well, we don't know about how much yet, but I think certainly a little bit of time certainly being lost at least every lap. So Leclerc, a couple of things going right for him, but look at how close Perez is now getting to the back of Leclerc.
DRS will be enabled, I think, on the next lap. So they're very close at the moment, but not close enough just yet. Verstappen, 0.4 off the back of Gasly now. Will he be able to get past him down this Las Vegas strip? I don't know if they'll be able to make a stick without the DRS.
Yeah, so Leclerc just trying to make sure he holds on to that gap. He needs to use his energy very, very, very carefully.
There's Verstappen in the background. Does he make this move into turn 14?
Defends.
He doesn't.
Gasly's defending from Hamilton here. The problem is for
Verstappen.
Getting all the names confused today for some reason. Verstappen, the biggest problem for him is the fact that Gasly hates people overtaking him. He hates it. He defends regardless. So Gasly's a very, very aggressive driver, and Verstappen knows this. He's going to have a bit of a struggle getting past this Alpine because not only is it Gasly, but he's also got pace. So Verstappen's going to get held up here a little bit, and for some reason we get a random camera angle here.
It's horrific in Las Vegas, but just watching Max Verstappen still trying to chase down Pierre Gasly. He's struggling through the tighter, trickier technical sectors where he has lost that little bit of downforce from that.
He's gaining quickly with the DRS now. DRS is enabled, and now he gets close to the back of Gasly, but Gasly's still defending. He goes a little bit to the inside there. So Gasly, again, is such an aggressive driver. I'd hate any driver trying to get past him because he just goes everywhere. You don't know what to expect. He goes to the outside again, just defends from Verstappen on his outside. So this is just holding Verstappen up more and more. Look at Gasly
braking really early to have to stay behind Gasly and not collide with him.
And Gasly is already 2.2 seconds behind Piastri. So this just holds Verstappen further up. I mean, the total amount of time to Leclerc ahead of him is now sitting at about 4.5 seconds or /4 seconds. So it's interesting to see how, you know, Verstappen battling with Gasly is just helping Leclerc further and further more. And also Piastri's now sitting quite comfortably at third. He could be gaining on Perez ahead of him soon.
Yes. Max Verstappen should be able to make this move stick now with DRS aid. Sergio Perez has got DRS now on Charles Leclerc. Will he be able to get close enough to make a move? Not yet into that braking zone. They get very close. Verstappen does now make that move stick on Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, so P4. He goes into P4 now, and he's going to now start chasing down Piastri ahead of him. But Perez, of course, has got DRS on Leclerc, but still can't seem to catch up to him just that much yet. But Leclerc is going to have to use up his tyres a little bit to defend, which is not what he wants to do either, as Verstappen's gaining very quickly. But a fastest lap's been put up by Leclerc, then stolen away by Piastri.
Yes.
How quickly can Piastri catch Perez? He's almost within DRS range. That will help Leclerc as well if Perez has to defend.
Could Piastri stay on the podium today?
That's what I'm saying.
From P18?
I think it was
P9,
technically 18th because Stroll took the penalty and moved himself into 19th. Stroll is also himself up to 8th, which is good. But Piastri's up from more or less 18th position to 3rd right now. So
at least here in Las Vegas, we can't say we have been left bored.
I'll tell you what, guys, it's genuinely, and I'm being very serious, I'm not trying
the most exciting race of the season.
It's genuinely one of the most exciting. We don't know what's happening yet.
We don't know who's going to take the win. That is what we want from a Formula One race.
It's very good.
Them fighting tooth and nail to the line. At the moment, Sergio Perez half a second behind Charles Leclerc. Max Verstappen 1.7 now off the back of Piastri. He is closing that gap by a couple of tenths every couple of seconds.
Indeed, Perez seemingly can't seem to get past Leclerc quite just yet, though, even though he's been sitting at around 0.5.
DRS straight now.
I know, but they've been sitting at around 0.5 for a while here. Leclerc's been using his energy very, very cleverly here, but now Sergio Perez opens that DRS. How close? Well, not quite just yet. I think he's still got to come to the next sector. Now it's open. And let's see how close he gets to the back of Leclerc. Will he dive on the inside or will he not? Leclerc doing very well to hold the line.
He does dive on the inside. Does he make this move stick? They're so close into the braking zone, but he does now take the lead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Sergio Perez is now the 3rd leader of this race today.
Yeah, proper race leader now is Sergio Perez, not just with the pit stop in hand. Can Leclerc come back at him with DRS himself?
He's dropped off 0.5 seconds already.
He'll be fine. As soon as he gets DRS in the next sector, he'll catch quickly. Fastest lap's been put on by Max Verstappen. But again, for Leclerc, the problem is Piastri's now got DRS on him.
Yes. This is very interesting, but Perez is running away from Leclerc. 0.8 seconds is that gap now.
Watching this move, it's actually great from Perez. He makes the move very late, and he breaks very, very late into the corner as well. Does very well just to nail the apex as well. Come out of it quite well. A little bit of a slight correction there, but the Red Bull garage very happy with Perez there. I think actually Perez might be backed for the win here more than Verstappen.
Well, Verstappen has damage, unfortunately.
And everybody's got DRS on everybody ahead of them. Leclerc is still slightly within DRS range of Perez. He needs to hold that DRS range if he wants to go for the
now
race win.
really reeling in Oscar Piastri, though.
Yes, Piastri's dropping ever so slightly behind Leclerc. He was temporarily within DRS range, but now starting to drop a little bit. And Gasly's now in a battle for 5th with his own teammate, the Alpine's doing very well today in 5th and 6th.
What can Max Verstappen do in the closing couple of stints in this race now? Will we see more pit stops? I don't think so.
I think it's very risky to come into a pit stop now. You lose quite a lot of time in the circuit, but if a safety car comes out, which I'm sure we probably will get still from somebody, that will provide some interest, because then what happens?
Max Verstappen, 0.3 off the back of Oscar Piastri, 0.2 now. Does he make this move stick? He tries to. He will make this move stick into turn 14, and he does. He moves up into the podium positions once again.
So Verstappen's now in 3rd. Leclerc's in the middle of a Red Bull sandwich, and the problem is not in a very beneficial one. He's got the slower of the 2 Red Bull drivers ahead of him, and Verstappen's catching him very quickly.
1.6 now is that gap to Charles Leclerc as Max Verstappen sets the fastest lap.
Ocon now makes a move on his teammates into turn 1. A brilliant move from Ocon, and he does take him into turn 1. A lot of big dust being kicked up there, but now Pierre Gasly comes back at him.
He goes wide. He goes very wide there into turn 1 and loses way too much momentum.
Don't collide. These two battling each other, the teammates and Alpine in 5th and 6th, having a big battle. Now Esteban Ocon tries to come back at his teammate Pierre Gasly. He goes around the inside.
Like each other.
And will Gasly hold on to the inside line? He can't. Ocon gets past him.
They've been told to hold position.
Well, Ocon didn't listen to that. Ocon went straight ahead. Ocon said, cheers, mate, I'm going to go ahead of you. But now will Gasly go back at him in the DRS? They're going to really go at each other, these two. So interesting, a little battle of 5th and 6th now for Ocon and Gasly, as we're seeing also behind them, Albon and Stroll starting to catch them. Stroll very, very close to the back of Albon. Can he move himself back into 7th? He did have 7th temporarily, and then he lost it to Albon.
Leclerc has crucially just gotten himself within DRS range of Sergio Perez.
No, he's been there for a while, but now he's dropping out of it.
But I think he may have gotten it before the detection point.
Yes. So he's somewhat staying within DRS range of Perez.
He doesn't. No, he does get it. He does get DRS. This is going to
and Verstappen doesn't get it.
Yes.
So crucially, Leclerc just slowly builds that. My word, look how quickly he catches Perez as well.
Catches him by 0.6 seconds down that straight with DRS.
So with DRS, I back the Ferrari more than the Red Bull, funny enough. They really caught him very, very, very quickly there. Leclerc did on Perez. So I'm intrigued to see if that's going to help him for the rest of the race. Maybe he can make a later move there. Watching a replay here of those Alpines.
Round the outside. Brilliant move from Esteban Ocon.
Indeed, and they didn't actually, for all that they were battling each other, didn't hinder each other's race too much in that maneuver. Watching here, of course, Leclerc, what can he do here? Verstappen is still not within DRS range. Leclerc is starting to drop off a little bit from Perez, but now the DRS is open again. How quickly does he catch Perez? He gets quite close to the back of him, of course, and 0.6 seconds behind. He needs to stay within DRS range.
Will Max Verstappen get within DRS range? Is that 1.1 is that gap now? He needs to close that up to about 0.9 to get DRS. 1.15 now. Let's see what happens in these next couple of corners.
And unfortunately for Leclerc, I think the best thing for him to try and get a race win here is that he needs another safety car.
Yes, he does.
He needs another safety car because I'm not sure.
0.9 Max Verstappen's within DRS range now.
Because if a safety car comes in now, does Verstappen/Perez come into the pits or not?
No.
You see, I think Leclerc can. So how much time will they then lose towards the end of the race? It's very, very interesting right now. Who knows what's going to happen? I think Verstappen, though, will probably take Leclerc soon. He's on 5-lap newer tyres. Leclerc's on 13-lap-old hards. Verstappen on 8-lap-old hards. I think Leclerc knows he needs to come into the pits towards the end of the race. That's the sad part. I think he knows he's going to have to.
His tyres should last. They're only 4 laps older.
Oh, he's going to make a move on Perez out of nowhere.
He does make a move on Perez out of nowhere, as you say. Takes back first place. Where did that come from?
Suddenly just made up pretty much a whole second, and he moves back into first. Crucially for him, now Perez is going to have to deal with his own teammate. Will they battle it out? Will there be team orders in Red Bull?
There will be team orders.
Because Perez is quite far back already on Charles Leclerc. He's trying to come back at it. But Charles Leclerc, does he have spare energy to use this lap to stay ahead of Perez? Verstappen's got DRS on Perez ahead of him. Will they just take each other? Will they battle each other? Could this suit Leclerc?
All 3 of these drivers are within a second of each other on track. Their racing is so closely at the moment. Sergio Perez still trying to reel back Charles Leclerc after he's taken that first place away from him. But brilliant late lunge
up so much time.
Leclerc. Really late lunge. Sergio Perez wasn't expecting that
I don't think Sergio Perez was aware of it. Charles Leclerc on the radio. What happens there, Reece?
Leclerc gets told good job on the radio by his race engineer.
Good job. Yes, indeed. So, I mean, Perez, I think, didn't even notice. Yeah, he started turning and suddenly went, oh, my word, you're right there.
There's someone there. That was totally unexpected. And from us as well in comms, we
he's
did not
built up a
expect
gap.
that.
He's built up a half-decent gap. Verstappen now getting close to the back of Perez.
Does Perez give Verstappen DRS and mind out the way? I think he will.
Will Perez play the team game here?
He will.
I'm not so sure he will, I think he's holding that inside line quite hard right now.
No, Max Verstappen is all over the back of him.
He's going to have to go around the outside. Perez is holding the inside. He's going to go around the outside. So Perez is not making it easy for his teammate.
No, he doesn't fight with him at all.
Doesn't fight, to be fair. He does now take it. But will he try and challenge next time if he finds more pace? But Perez is now dropping to third. Verstappen now, of course, has got Leclerc in his sights.
Verstappen, once again, in the position to fight for first position. He's 0.7 off the back of Leclerc. And his teammates has fallen 0.7 off the back of him now.
Yeah, Perez is dropping quite quickly, which is a bit of a concern for Verstappen, I think, because...
No, it's a concern for Perez.
I can say that, yes, but are their tyres dropping a little bit more quickly than they should be? Because Leclerc's tyres are older, but yet his gap to them behind him is quite big. Verstappen on the video saying, let's work together here, we can get him. I'm sure both of them can,
yes.
But Leclerc is right now holding himself quite well.
Apparently, Perez has taken a bigger rear wing than Verstappen and Leclerc this race, so that would be why he's slightly slower down the straights.
Yeah, so Leclerc, problem is he's now going to have Verstappen breathing down his neck.
So close down into this braking zone by the Las Vegas sphere. He's going to be really close now by the DRS zone. 0.5 now is the gap from Verstappen to Perez. As we're watching Rihanna watching from the Ferrari pit wall. Really interesting glasses that she's wearing. 0.4 seconds now is that gap. 0.3 seconds. Max Verstappen should be within enough range to get past down that DRS
very, very close to the back of Leclerc. Oh, he almost collides with the wall there. Perez being told, stay with him, double toe, here we go, work together. They want to maybe try and...
They want to get a 1-2 here.
Oh, he's dropped out of DRS range of his teammate Perez.
Just.
So he needs to motor if they want to do that. Now, Verstappen, can he take Perez... Leclerc, of course, he's got DRS. He's gaining quickly.
Gaining so
Leclerc goes
now.
to the inside, but Verstappen easily takes Leclerc.
Brakes very late, but Verstappen also brakes later. Verstappen takes that into turn 14. That looked like Charles Leclerc held on to it, and this is now the 4th race leader of the race.
Problem is now Leclerc, of course, is going to have to deal with Perez. I think Leclerc's race is more or less finished here. I think his tyre's a little bit too old. The safety car, which was caused by Verstappen and George Russell's incident, has actually benefited Verstappen more than anybody on the track.
Yes.
He actually wanted damage there because he's now moved himself into first because he's got fresher tyres than Leclerc as a result of a safety car. Had the safety car not happened, Leclerc would still be in first, I feel. So
Leclerc has DRS though now on Verstappen. Verstappen needs to try and break that DRS as fast as possible.
These guys can't finish on these tyres, I don't think.
Yes, they can.
Will they finish on these tyres?
I think so.
I don't know.
None of them have done very long stints on the hards because of the amount of safety cars we've had around
It's true, but at the same time, we saw how much time is lost when the tires get when the hards are around 20 lap old, and Leclerc's already at about 17, and Verstappen's on about 13.
Oh, so that
Sainz
getting so close to the rear wing of George Russell now. We've been watching at the front for so many laps. We don't even know what's happening within the midfield. Carlos Sainz, 0.3 off the back of George Russell now.
Leclerc's dropping from Verstappen. He's outside of DRS range already. Unfortunate for Leclerc, his race win seems to be gone at the moment, though a safety car, late safety car, might cause something else. Though everybody would come into the pits, but who could have a better pit stop? The Red Bulls usually, but if Leclerc has a really good pit stop, he also, notably, very importantly, comes in a little bit later. He could be released just ahead of him.
Leclerc's gaining on Verstappen so much down this DRS straight without DRS.
You know what the thing is? I don't know what Ferrari's strategy is here. Maybe they back their energy units. Maybe they think that they've got the pace necessary at some points. They've got better storage. Because he did this to Perez, of course. Out of nowhere, he came back and just said,
and it was within about 0.7 seconds. So he knows he can make it happen.
So Leclerc probably just thinking, don't be stupid, Chad. You can play this game. You know how to do this. Problem is he needs to make sure he defends from Perez behind him as well. But if he can come back at Verstappen quite easily like he did to Perez, that would be crucial for Ferrari. Problem is you don't want to use his tyres up too much because his tyres are quite a bit older than the two Red Bulls around him as well.
Yes, this has been a crazy race today with Max Verstappen changing the lead of the race. I think this is the 3rd time he's taken the lead. As now we're watching George Russell trying to go around the outside of Alex Albon, but not being able to make that move stick now.
No, not at all. Lance Stroll also just quietly going about his business in 7th place. Done very well up from 19th where he got that penalty, of course. So he's done very well to get himself into the points. Another decent race for him. Alonso, unfortunately, down in 11th. Sainz in 10th, Russell in 9th. And we're looking at the grid here. Piastri's up in fourth. Brilliant for him as well. He started very, very far back, of course, with those terrible qualifying yesterday. Leclerc has dropped out of DRS range again of Verstappen.
Albon has a huge DRS train behind him. Have you seen the amount of drivers
it is
behind?
ridiculous. We've got Albon.
But it's because that car has such a high top speed.
Yeah, so it's got Albon there in 8th, Russell's behind him, Sainz behind him, Alonso then behind him, and then Hamilton ending off the train. So we've got huge names behind Albon, and Albon's probably looking at this going, I don't want to see this.
But
as George Russell gets so close to the back of him. But this Williams is so quick on the straights that even with DRS, he's still challenging him, but unfortunately, eventually concedes the position.
But as you say,
George
he's
Russell.
still able to hold with him.
Oh, my word.
Ooh, very close there as Fernando Alonso looks to make a move on Carlos Sainz, but just gets caught out. Max Verstappen now sets the fastest lap of the race. Charles Leclerc, though, still within DRS.
How does Charles Leclerc make up a whole second to Verstappen without DRS? It's ridiculous.
Max Verstappen being told by a race engineer, going to have to work very hard to break this toe to Charles Leclerc.
I think they've just realized that Ferrari have got serious pace without DRS. So they've just realized this is not a sure thing. I think Leclerc backs himself. I think that he thinks he can actually just stay there. As long as he stays there, he can probably just save up a little bit of energy and use it all right at the end to maybe make a lunge on Verstappen and see if he can get ahead of him.
Oh, late move by Charles Leclerc to get past Alex Albon. Carlos Sainz to get past Alex Albon, rather. Brilliant move there. Alex Albon just went a bit too wide.
I don't think it's a brilliant move. Alex Albon went very wide there, and so did Alonso. Also took Albon there as a result.
Brilliant move to be opportunistic.
And now Hamilton is going to take him into the corner. He gets very close. Yes, he does.
Flag in sector 2. Green flag now shown.
Brilliant moves there from all of the drivers. And now that DRS train pretty much ends as Albon moves behind all of them. They all eventually get past him. Russell on the radio saying, hunt them down, George. Hunt them down.
Do you know who that's coming from? Toto Wolff.
Yeah. Basically been told he can make up a lot of time here in these last 10 laps. I think they can. He's on relatively fresh tyres. He's got Stroll ahead of him. It's 4 seconds away. But if he gets to Stroll, he's not got too many places to make up to get to 5th because they're all quite close together there. I think Piastri's a bit too far away, but they reckon that George Russell can get into 5th position maybe.
I agree with Gary there in the comment section saying, I concede that this Grand Prix has exceeded my expectations with lots of great overtakes and way fewer incidents and accidents than we all thought.
And we've not seen a single pit lane incident, which I thought we would see. I'll take it back.
Oh, you mean pedestrian
to get the exit out of it. And Leclerc and Verstappen, it's not actually a sure thing for Verstappen here because Leclerc can make up
Perez is now
whole second basically on Verstappen when he wants to. I think Leclerc's just being very clever with energy and knowing when to use it.
Perez is starting to reel in Leclerc within half a second now. Leclerc's falling back on Verstappen. He's 1.4 seconds behind Verstappen now. I think that is his race over.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens if there's a safety car at the end. Do people come out with softs even?
Like mediums.
Back in the mediums for 9 laps? I don't know. It's light cars, of course. The softs could go for a fair while because they're much lighter cars. The degradation wouldn't be as much. So if a safety car happens now, that could be huge for the likes of the Ferrari because they know that they can outperform the Red Bulls in a soft tire. So, yeah.
What can Sergio Perez do now? Charles Leclerc dropping very quickly with Perez 0.7 behind him with DRS now down this main straight. DRS is now open. How much can Perez gain on him before this braking zone?
Yeah,
Will he be able to get close enough to make a move? I don't think so. No, too far back.
Be a lot of overtakes today, though. A lot of overtakes. I think actually probably the most overtakes we've seen this season.
Yes, it's been a brilliant Grand Prix.
It's been a great race, actually. Verstappen on the radio being told, just make sure you protect that front right tyre, Max. I think from the damage, of course. I think it might
not damage, just in terms of degradation. And at an anti-clockwise circuit, you're obviously turning left a lot, so your front right gets quite degraded quickly.
Yeah, indeed, watching a replay here of, I think this is the overtake that Max Verstappen had on Leclerc. Originally, Leclerc just lost it all, but then Leclerc just brakes later than Verstappen. But Verstappen eventually just doesn't brake as hard and does make that move stick. It's a great move from Max Verstappen in lap 37 or 50 to get into first place. And right now, he's starting to build that gap to Leclerc behind him. But it's still not out of the woods yet because I think tyre degradation will become a thing. I don't know if the Ferraris back themselves more. He stayed on the medium tyre a lot longer than the rest. Lance Stroll has made a move to move himself into 6th position now. Lance Stroll getting more and more points for himself, doing very, very well today in that Aston Martin.
Doing very well for Aston Martin in this championship fight for 4th.
And of course, crucially right now, he's getting more points than the Mercedes.
Yes.
So they can sort of make a late lunge here for points in the Constructors' Championship.
I don't think they'll make too many gains, though, unfortunately, but still very, very crucial in terms of the Drivers' Champion, well, Constructors' Championship, sorry.
So the big thing about Red Bull is they do have the freshest tyres of the grid. Leclerc's on 20-lap-old hards, Piastri's on 26-lap-old hards, Verstappen and Perez on 15-lap-old hards. So they, of course, have got the fresher tyres here, so it's notable that Verstappen should be able to get away from Leclerc.
And
they
Perez
won't come into the pits.
Really all over the back of now.
The only thing that can save Charles Leclerc here is a safety car.
Yes.
It's the only thing. And if a safety car comes, I'm not even sure if they would dive into the pits because there's not enough time to make it up, I fear. Even on the soft tyre, I'm not sure if they'd be able to make up time.
No, I don't think so at this moment, unfortunately. But Perez is 0.6 seconds within that gap to Charles Leclerc. Now, DRS is open down the first DRS straight. Let's see how much he can close this gap and then hold within him throughout the rest of the lap.
Yeah, Leclerc,
you really have to try and close it as much as possible now and then hold within that gap.
Leclerc's gap to Verstappen sitting at around 2 seconds now, so it's way too much to make up, I fear, for these last 7 laps of the race. We're in lap 43 of 50, getting right to the nitty-gritty main things of this track here. So Verstappen's done very well to get himself into first. It's not been easy. It's been a very difficult race for him himself as well, but eventually the car will help him along the line. Perez, though, still struggling to get into that second position.
Thank you to Lindiwe for the update in the comment section, for the update on Lando Norris, that is. He has been transferred to a university medical center.
Oh, no! Leclerc makes a lockup.
Leclerc's lost second place. There goes Perez into P2. That's it for Charles Leclerc, unfortunately, and he is relegated into third position now as Zlatan watches on. He thinks maybe I could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, Zlatan would definitely back himself in a Formula One car as well. But
aren't you impressed that I actually knew his name?
It's very impressive.
Zlatan, I don't follow football, but I got his name.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic there in the Ferrari garage. Not very impressed. Charles Leclerc makes a mistake, just locks up. I think those tyres are a little bit old now. Locks up, and as a result, Perez can just pounce upon the opportunity. So unfortunate.
He was holding on to that place there, and just slightly too wide on turn and slow rotation, locked up the brakes ever so slightly, and that position was gone.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Charles Leclerc. He now moves into third. Piastri's in the pits. Oh no, he's going to lose a lot of points as a result of this. Piastri's into the pits. Unfortunate for him, he's not going to be able to hold these hard tyres on. No, I think it's just his tyres are old. They're much older than the rest of the grid.
They put him on mediums, though. Maybe he could make a few positions in the end.
He's too
far back. They
should have
put him on softs.
He's too. Why wouldn't you put him on softs? He's too far back, and I think he's only going to have to come out and challenge with the likes of Alex Albon, who's in 12th. And
that's crucial to get ahead of Albon, though.
Problem is, he's not going to be able to make up enough time to even get into the points for himself. He's got 8.6 seconds to make up in just 6 laps.
Carlos Sainz gets ahead of Gasly now, or defending from Gasly. He is in P7 right now. Good comeback race after getting taken out in the first corner.
Stroll's up into 5th now, of course. I mean, Stroll could end up in 4th if he's not too careful with his driving here. I mean, he's only 1.8 seconds behind Ocon. He's reeling him in slowly but surely. He could finish 4th here from 19th. And I think we need a driver of the day poll because, I mean, it's been insane from Stroll, actually, quite frankly.
George somehow gets told that they're still playing for P4, which is 4 seconds away from them. I don't understand that, but sure.
Yeah. Very, very weird there. So looking at the driver of the day polls, who are we putting up there? Who are we putting there? Perez?
I think Perez has to be there. Leclerc has to be there.
Well, does he?
Who's this not making move? Who's this making move? I think this is Fernando Alonso on George Russell, rather. That is Fernando Alonso getting past Pierre Gasly now.
Yeah, Pierre Gasly.
Sorry, not George Russell.
But I think driver of the days, there's lots of different names we can suggest. Stroll has to be there.
Hamilton now trying to make a move on Pierre Gasly down the start-finish straight. Will he make a move? He does now get that move stuck before the start-finish straight. And brilliant from there.
Indeed. So who are we putting in our driver of the day poll? Ocon could definitely be up there. He started very, very far down the grid. He's up there in 4th. I think he should certainly be up there. We've got Perez, Stroll, Ocon. Who else should be there? Who's the last one? Or just other, maybe?
I think other.
We'll just have an other because, quite frankly, it's been insane from Perez starting far back. He's into 2nd. We're looking, obviously, at Stroll, who started all the way back in 19th. He's up in 5th right now. Could end in 4th because he's still reeling in that Ocon's car. Ocon as well started very far back. So, I mean, huge drives from some people today. So we're going to get that poll up for you very, very shortly. Of course, Russell making up a lot of time to Stroll, though. Could he face some danger then, have to do some late defending here? Stroll needs to make up time to Ocon quicker than Russell's making up to Stroll. If Stroll can get past Ocon, I think he holds on to fourth.
Yes, I think Stroll could go and take fourth near the end, but does he have enough time to reel in Ocon?
And will he have enough time right now as a gap to Russell behind him to stay ahead of Russell? Because Russell's really gaining a lot of time on him. He made up 0.4 seconds up in that previous lap. So it's going to be interesting to watch. He has 5 laps to go, as sounded in the Grand Prix. Leclerc is within DRS range of Perez.
Leclerc has reeled in Perez again.
Sure. Late moves here from Leclerc. Could he get ahead of Perez to get himself into
just
second?
At the end, steal back second place? Yes. It's going to be very interesting. This race
It's
is
been a
not
great
over
Grand
yet.
Prix.
It has been phenomenal from start to finish with action
Hamilton now.
throughout. Fernando Alonso.
Hamilton's reading in Alonso on the main start finish straight, rather.
Same thing.
Into turn 1 he goes, and unfortunately not able to get too close to the back of Alonso yet, but I think the next DRS zone he could get very close to the Mercedes right at the end of this race, really reeling in a lot of drivers, trying to get as many points for themselves as possible. It's quite crucial for Alonso here to actually try and stay ahead of him for points for Aston Martin.
I think, though, today, with Hamilton finishing in P9 and Perez up in P2, Perez does secure second in the Drivers' Championship.
So Perez will definitely get second in the Drivers' Championship as it stands, but I'm looking at the Constructors' Championship in terms of Mercedes and Ferrari. Of course, it's a very, very close battle there right now, and the points right now could be very interesting to look at. So Leclerc's holding on to 30s within DRS range of Perez, but he's still not quite getting there yet.
DRS range, 0.9.
So who's going to make the first move, Stroll or Russell? Will Stroll get past Ocon first, or will Russell get past Stroll? Big things happening right at the end of the race here in 4th/5th and 6th position. Looking at Hamilton as well, trying to get past Fernando Alonso. It's coming onto that big straight, of course, on the Las Vegas Strip. It's just incredible scenery, of course, as well, as Hamilton tries to make a move now. He's got DRS on Fernando Alonso. It opens now. He's right in the back of him. He moves to the inside. He will make that move stick relatively easily past Fernando Alonso.
Has so much more pace, 350 kilometers an hour, while Alonso was doing 322.
Yeah,
that's like passing a truck.
Yeah, so ridiculous there for Hamilton. Gets past Alonso very easily. And
Leclerc still within DRS range to Perez.
He just needs to be very careful with his energy here. He can use that right at the end of the race because he needs to make a late move, I think, on Perez in the second to last.
Yellow flag in sector 3. What's happened?
Who's dropping? It's Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg's dropping. Yeah, he's off into the runoff area. No, it's fine. It's green flag. He's retired from the race, essentially. I think he got a bit of damage from something, and then he's decided, I'm just going to pull off the car here. It's pointless here. So good on him. He gets off the track very easily. Doesn't force any late drama because I don't think anything would have really happened. It would have been upsetting if we finished under a safety car.
Yes.
So good there to get off the track quite easily. But Hulkenberg is now out of this race, unfortunately for him.
Charles Leclerc still trying to reel in Sergio Perez, but he's within DRS range, but just still.
What I'm thinking about is, imagine this race next year. Sure.
With the data that they have, it's going to be very interesting.
I think next year this could be arguably the best race in the calendar, just simply because here we know the Red Bulls are exceptionally powerful, but yet look at the grid. It's bizarre. We've got Ocon up in 4th, Stroll in 5th, Russell in 6th, Sainz up there in 7th, having started far back. Piastri also made up a lot of time from the very back of the grid. The McLarens will be good next year. The Red Bulls had to really fight today. I think next year, when everybody's got big improvements, and I think you will see bigger improvements from the rest of the grid versus Red Bull, it's going to be a hell of a race.
Yes, and I think Pirelli will come here with a solution for these cold tires next year as well. Possibly specific components or specific compounds for this race. Charles Leclerc still within DRS range of Sergio Perez. 0.787 is that gap now as they come down the first DRS straight. How much can he reel him in? As Yuki Tsunoda says, I have a problem with the gearbox. Gearbox issue for Yuki Tsunoda now.
So that's the only team that's really struggled today is AlphaTauri. Ricciardo's in 15th, Tsunoda's in 17th, really struggling out there. Ricciardo, though, is within DRS range of Zhou. Hopefully he doesn't have the same sort of issues. As the fastest lap is put in by Oscar Piastri to steal some points away from the top runners. We've got 3 laps to go in this race.
Yes, there's not many laps left. 2 laps left of this race now. As Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez still trying to fight, but Perez has now been able to get Leclerc out of the DRS.
George Russell is now finally within DRS range to Stroll, and Stroll has dropped off of Ocon quite badly. So Ocon could hold on to 4th place here. Stroll, however, can he hold on to 5th?
Stroll's fallen off by Ocon to 2.02 seconds. Russell really reeling him in quite quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say, so can Stroll hold on to his position here? It's going to be some big defensive driving. Another yellow flag in sector 3.
I think this might be for Tsunoda.
I think Sonoda's also. Oh, Sonoda's going to
Tsunoda.
stop. Oh, he's going to get off. He's
also
going to get
gonna
off.
pull off.
He's good. So luckily, same thing,
Same
exactly
place.
the same area as Hulkenberg, and he's off the track. as
Russell
well.
really starting to reel in Lance Stroll. Will he make this move stick into turn 14? He does make it stick before the braking zone. So much more pace there for the Mercedes car. What does Charles Leclerc, though, do? He is slowly reeling in Sergio Perez again. Is he now deploying all of his
I think
DRS?
he's now going to go for it. I think he's definitely going for it. I think Charles Leclerc putting everything he can to try and steal second away from Perez and just try and spoil Red Bull's day ever so slightly. It's been a great day for Verstappen to get into first. That gap's too big. He'll hold on to first. But can Leclerc make a late lunge here on Perez? It might even be something like we saw in Brazil with that very late drive over the line for who will take second/third. I think it's going to be a very close end to the race here. The only problem for Leclerc is he's on slightly older tyres, which is not helping him right now. But
that's maybe why he held back for a little bit. Just let them cool down. Let them go through that curing process when they cool down a little bit more. And he's 0.8 seconds now still off the back of Sergio Perez.
Yeah, brilliant driving from all the drivers across the grid today. Ocon's going to hopefully, or he might not. George Russell also might make a late move on Ocon into fourth. If George Russell gets into fourth, that's also going to be very impressive, of course, after some disasters earlier on. That's Justin Bieber that's going to be waving the checkered flag for some reason. Huge names in Las Vegas today.
He does not look like he even cares.
No, but Justin Bieber doesn't always look like
he's not even watching the track. He's got his back faced.
Well, to be fair, he's waiting there. So it's a bit of a weird one for Formula One. But nonetheless, we're almost into the final lap here. Look at how close Leclerc is to the back of Perez. 0.4 seconds. He's going to make a move in the last lap, I think.
He is going to make it. He's going to try at least. He had some paper bag. Max Verstappen starting the final lap now.
Well, this is going to be very interesting for Leclerc. Is Verstappen being told to slow down?
Verstappen's been told to slow down to try and allow Perez to get that slight bit of a toe.
Verstappen's been told to try and help his teammates out.
He is dropping back.
Yeah,
he
big time. He's trying to get there. He's going to try and help his teammates.
There we go. 2.5 seconds is what he's been asked to keep that gap at.
That just tells you how big and difficult this Grand Prix is. That Verstappen's been told to slow down ever so slightly to try and help his teammate because he's coming under huge pressure from the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Can Leclerc make a move in the final lap of the Las Vegas Grand Prix? Lap 50 of 50, of course. Leclerc's within DRS range. He's got energy used. He's going to get very close to the back of Perez. How close can he get? Verstappen trying his best to try and give Perez a little bit of a toe as they now come into that very long straight. What's going to happen here? Can Leclerc get ahead of Perez?
I don't know. Will he? Verstappen has dropped back by a lot. He's at 2.1 seconds now. They asked him to be at 2.5, and he's dropped up a lot more to try and give Perez that slipstream.
Here we go. So we're coming into that section now. Can Leclerc get enough energy usage now out of his car? Can he get ahead of Perez? Will Perez get enough of a tug to Verstappen, who's within 2 seconds already now?
1.9 seconds
Here we go. The DRS is going to open now for Leclerc. Can he get close enough to Perez? He's climbing very, very quickly. Will he get there close enough? 0.4, 0.3. Let's see what he does. 0.2.
He does make the move.
He's going to make it. Yes, he does.
He does make that move instantly. One of the last overtaking opportunities, and he gets that second place back.
But here comes Perez back at him.
Going to try and fight it back to the line. Will he be able to make it happen? 0.2 is that gap between these two.
Verstappen comes across the line, wins
the race.
Leclerc just beats. Brilliant from Leclerc.
Just beats Sergio Perez for the second week in a row. He's had a podium position stolen from him.
Well, he's still on the podium.
He's still on the podium, but he had a position stolen from him.
I will take my hats off to Leclerc, and I think he's also certainly one of the drivers of the days. Brilliant from Ocon, who finishes up there. Oh, Russell also. I didn't even notice that. Russell makes the same thing. Russell does get past Ocon right at the end as well. We were so preoccupied with Leclerc and Perez, but the same thing happened for Ocon and... no, wait. Russell's 5-second penalty. Unfortunate for him. So, funny enough,
about that.
My word, what a weird end to this Grand Prix we've had here. Definitely, I'm saying without a doubt, the best Grand Prix of the year. And everybody...
100%.
And Toto was 100% right. Saying,
and we thought that Interlagos was one of the greatest events of the year.
What a race this was. Insane. Absolutely insane race. And I take my hat off to Toto Wolff. He said, you know, everyone is just going after this track and you haven't even seen what happened. And James Vowles as well said, go and judge the race after the checkered flag. Well, the checkered flag's been waved. Everybody is, of course, finished up the grid here. And what an insane Grand Prix we've had at Las Vegas here. Easily the best Grand Prix of the year.
It has been an entertaining race from start to finish. We did not know who was going to take the race win here. Max Verstappen, though, increases his lead tally and becomes once again the most dominant Formula One driver in a Formula One season.
Yeah, indeed, and he just extends that record right now in terms of race wins
I think
in a
it's
season.
17 race or 18 race wins now.
Yeah,
Leclerc
indeed.
comes onto the radio though.
Brilliant from him at the end there.
At least a beeping second place, he says.
Yeah, indeed. Well, he was brilliant in that final few laps there to gain time. Red Bull was so nervous, obviously, they actually had to ask Verstappen to drop behind.
That
wasn't
so
enough.
Disappointed. He's very disappointed in himself for not getting first.
The problem
but
is,
I think that was a brilliant race to manage.
It was a great race from him, and the thing is, he was screwed over by that safety car. If the safety car didn't happen, I think you might be looking at the winner of the day in terms of Charles Leclerc. He was driver of the day for the pole. I think a lot of people would also probably vote for him in a driver of the day poll, of course. But guys, thank you so much. I do believe we've got a review session coming up right now on our other channel. Do not go anywhere. So our driver of the day, Perez wins 41%, but other 31% probably being Charles Leclerc as well with 31%. Stroll 15%. He did very well. He finished up there, I think, /4th or 5th as a result of Russell's penalty. So brilliant from Lance Stroll as well. Who
fifth, I think.
Fifth. I think Ocon finished 4th. Yeah. So I think maybe he might have been taken by Hamilton the right at the end there as well. But nonetheless, great racing though from Stroll.
Max Verstappen singing "Viva Las Vegas" on the radio at the moment.
I mean, what a race! So guys, thank you so much for watching here. Of course, with myself, Mark, and Reece alongside me on Forever Sports with Forever Motorsports. We're going to go and do a review now on Forever Motorsports, and what a race we have to review here. Thank you so much for watching.